Hey, hey. How's everybody doing? Zero. Jack Tyler? Yeah, I know. I said starting soon. Sorry. Howdy, Jack. Lysergic? Project? Mature Gamer? Who was first? I saw that. Conjuro! Man, glad to see everybody out. That was great. Oh, yeah. I need a camera. And I'm still showing my work. Sorry. Get rid of that. Everybody enjoying the new Opus 5? I've been putting it through its paces. I don't know. I went to my YouTube wall and it looks something like this. All I see is, what the hell is this shit on my wall? I got Trump music videos. What the? Well, now my wall looks completely different than it did like 5 minutes ago. Um... 5 minutes ago, it was nothing but how Opus 5 is so much better than Fable 5. Oh, this looks cool. Sandbox economy, I'll be interested in that. But that has not been my experience. I don't know if anybody else has been using the stuff, but definitely better from a cost perspective. 50% cheaper is significant, but the reasoning I just have not seen the superiority yet. I'm still having Fable do my my reasoning tasks, but I am offloading to Opus for implementation. Do tell. It sustains your hope for the SC and S42 projects. Do you think? You think CIG is using this stuff heavily? You saw the Trunks Flock of Seagulls ass slap? I haven't seen it. But I like that song. Well, I like the Flock of Seagulls song. Oh, I see. It's an Iran thing. Okay. I get it. Hacked? Confirmed? What's that? Watch the Neuromancer trailer? Is that on here? Is that on my screen? Neuromancer. We already got a full guide to Siege of Orison, let's see. 410's already wave 1? Nice. I'm out of, Dude, I love these videos. These things are hilarious. You guys seen these? The, Viva La Dirt League? I don't know, that's what they were called, but... I've just had them linked to me. They're freaking funny. And now it's at 95% crap, dude. You ain't kidding, man. It is so much harder to find a good video now than it used to be. It used to be, I don't know. It might have been 80% crap, but I had an easy time finding a video to watch 2 years ago. Now, dude, you click on something and you immediately hear the AI voice, and I'm just like, I'm out. And like, I like AI as a tool, right? Like, I use it 16 hours a day. Love it as a tool, but I don't want to listen to it. I don't want to listen to that crap. Viva La Dirt Classic. Yeah, I haven't seen very many of them, but the ones that people have linked me have been freaking hilarious. I saw one about being an NPC or something. Oh my god, it was so funny. Apparently Haskell is dead. That's sad. Haskell's a fun language. Neuromancer trailer. Let me Google that since we're right here. Trailer. This a TV show? Oh really? A new Apple TV show? Is that what we're watching? Oh my gosh, this is based on the book? Alright, I gotta see this.
What am I doing here? Purpose. Purpose
Shut
is everything.
up.
You're scared. We all are.
Dude, say what you want about Apple. I know everybody has their opinions on Apple, but they do some quality shit, man. I feel like they're dominating TV now. Like all my favorite shows are on Apple TV, and I don't make that decision, right? Apple TV was like the last thing I subscribed to. But I love Silo. I love Severance. Dark Matter. There's so many shows on there I love now. But I will say my favorite show is not on Apple TV. HBO, Game of Thrones, and House of the Dragon now. Those are my favorites. So I guess my favorites are not on Apple, but I feel like Apple has like such a high percentage of the shows I watch.
What makes you so special?
I'm the best console man around. I steal data in cyberspace.
Oh, dude. When's this come out?
Guess we'll find out.
Let's roll. Turn it up.
Oh, this looks sick.
See you on the other side. Jack.
Oh, early next year? Oh, January. It's not too far off. Half a year. It's not bad. I'm looking forward to that. That's amazing. Music video comedy. You better not be tricking me here, man.
Hey, guys, too many dicks. What? Too many dicks. What's that, man? Too many. You guys are dorking up my vibe with all the dicks.
Why is this so
Spread the dicks
quiet?
out a little bit. Create some lady space. Come on, move apart, guys. Spread
I don't even have any room to turn it up.
Isn't the river dance anymore? Over there, now.
There we go, a little bit of room.
Dicks on the dance floor.
Oh my gosh, dude. Okay. This is New Zealand? Isn't it funny, like, how you can't hear accents in music? was just talking about the other day, like how yes, there's so many artists from overseas that you just can't hear their accent when they sing. I don't know if there's science behind that or if they like practice that or what. Oh my god. I think there's stuff like context here I don't have. Flight of the Conchords. I don't even know what that means. I want to watch this video. I queued this up. What's Flight of the Conchords? I'm in for wacky comedy songs. I grew up on Weird Al Yankovic, man. I love comedic music. There's another one around my household which gets a lot of kicks out of people. The band is called... Dude, I don't even know. It's like Toilet Bowl Scrubbers or something. It's ridiculous. I just heard that a GLM 5.5 leak beats Fable 5. That'd be interesting. I so wish I would have invested in more hardware when it was cheap for local stuff. Dr. Demento? Legendary comedy show from back in the day? Okay, yeah, I never heard of it. Yeah, dude, I'm starting to think it's never coming down. I mean, eventually, but it's going to take so long. Supply has to ramp up, and it's not quick to produce a factory capable of making that stuff. Yeah, 5 years is probably on the right time scale. And that's assuming demand does not continue to increase, right? Like, there's a possibility that new factories start to get spun up, and then by the time they're built up, I mean, the demand is just that much higher, so I don't know. Your AI assistant keeps asking for a Blackwell? Yeah. Like if we had some foresight, the thing I criticize people for not having, but I missed the boat on this one, right? Nobody sees it all. We would have definitely bought some more hardware. I keep kicking myself because those Mac Minis, you could get those M3 Ultra Studios with a half a gig of video RAM, or a half a terabyte of video RAM. The people who bought those, Apple doesn't even sell anymore. You can't even buy them. The people who got those can run any LLM they want locally. You don't even need the hardcore NVIDIA hardware. Although the hardcore NVIDIA hardware does do it faster, but the cost effectiveness of those minis is freaking amazing. I appreciate your service to the SC community. I too will wait for a Dream game because no one else is shooting for the stars, dude. Right? People get touchy about me saying that. I don't know why. People really love to hate, but I mean that's the facts. People like to say that. I mean, there were some good comments in that short I just posted. For anybody who missed it, I just posted a short earlier. I don't know, yesterday, day before, about. It was from I think one of my live streams where you guys were at about how, you know, root against CIG all you want. Like if they go under or fail, like we're just not going to get a game like this, right? So. And there were some people that came in saying CIG doesn't own the dream, we do, and I completely agree with that. 100% agree with that. We own the dream, they don't. However, having a dream and executing on a dream are two different things, and while I agree that if CIG were to fumble, somebody else would pick it up. And even if CIG doesn't fumble, I think other people are going to eventually pick this up and try to build games like this, especially as technology advances and makes it easier to achieve something this complex, right? Like, technology is always the barrier on these types of things, and as walls get broken down and things get more accessible and more achievable, like, you're going to get more competition in this space. One of the reasons that CIG has no competition in the dream they're trying to achieve right now is that it's just too fucking difficult. Like, that's what's keeping the competition at bay. And, but it goes back to that video I did on Star Citizen being the first game for everybody. Like because of us throwing money at them and them executing, like, we might get this ahead of the curve, like ahead of when technology would otherwise make it possible through increased competition, right? So if they fumble and fail, it doesn't matter if somebody else picks up the dream. Like, we're out another 10 years. Like, that's the cost. At least another 10 years. It's not like CIG can just fail and then, oh, well, somebody else will do it and then we'll have it in 5 years. No, that's not how it's going to go. It's you're resetting. I mean, it won't be as long, right? Because, again, technology is advancing, but it's still going to be a lot longer, and we want to wait. Makes you wonder how profitable AMD is going to be releasing consumer-grade CPUs like the AM6, and when most people can't afford to update the... Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Zero. SC is amazing, and to be honest, I don't look forward to release because it'll feel like over for me. I'm enjoying the journey. That's an interesting take, Jack Tyler. I would feel the same if I thought the journey was over at 1.0, but I've said a few times, I think 1.0 is just the beginning. Like, 1.0 is just scratching the surface of what they want, where they want to take this game. I fundamentally believe that. Like, they are trying to build... They're trying to build more than a game at this point. They are trying to build a platform, an entertainment platform that doesn't exist yet. And, you know, it goes back to, you know, listen to Chris Roberts at that Bar Citizen in China. I quoted it on a few of my videos where he says, he calls it the ultimate version of Star Citizen. And he talks about, you know, eventually having farming and fishing. Like, none of that stuff is going to be on 1.0, right? None of it. There's so much that will not be on 1.0 that is coming long after 1.0 in the ultimate vision, right? So, yeah, 1.0 is not the end of the journey for sure, thankfully. For my AM5 system, yeah. I don't know about the 54 gig DDR. Shoo! CIG is the only one willing to execute on the dream. All the other games out there trying to tap into the hype around SC usually pick one small aspect of the SC. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and I don't think people don't... I mean, they may understand it, but they're just not willing to take on the burden of trying to copy and implement. But as I've said, the magic is the breadth. So when you take, like, one thing and you focus on that one thing, you're losing everything that SC is. I don't think you could take just the combat out of SC and make a really good flight sim and have it be compelling at all. I wouldn't play it. You know? Take away all the planets and all the dream of an economy and all that stuff, and just ship the most amazing space flight sim you could. Where it's just nothing but, like, space combat missions. Like, how long would you play that? Or maybe just take the FPS component and just ship the most amazing version of Star Citizen FPS you could, where it's basically like Call of Duty. How long would you play that? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is one of those situations where the goal is worth far more than the sum of its parts. Because the parts individually really aren't that great. I mean, they're good, but there's just as good out there. Hardware question: do you think Squadron 42 will be optimized for most hardware that isn't greater than 32 gigabytes? I haven't doubled my RAM yet. What are you still at 16, Ira? I don't know. That's a good question. I think Disney Plus. Enjoy Disney Plus, Zero. That's one I will not subscribe to, by the way. Oh, you're at 32? Yeah, I think 32 they'll be aiming for. I can't imagine they would mandate 64 for something as widespread as they hope Squadron to be. That would really limit the market size for them. So it may be that in order to enjoy it at its fullest, you're going to need 64. But I don't think you'll be locked out of it at 32. But these are just guesses. I have no idea. Our money on CIG is currently the leader, blazing the trail for design tech. Without us, they'd probably take others even longer to create something similar. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Zero. I mean, it's our money. We are footing the bill, no doubt. But the thing is like, we need something like CIG, right? Like, a whole bunch of gamers throwing money into the freaking wind is going to accomplish nothing. Like, and this is what I was kind of arguing on that short, where we were having some discussions. Like, yes, we are the dream holders. It's our dream, right? However, there's nothing we can do with that. We can throw all the money we want without a focal point to execute. Like, it doesn't accomplish anything. What happened to SC? What do you mean, Hustle? From what I'm hearing, 4.9's in a pretty good state. After the 4.8 catastrophe. Which was nowhere near as bad as 320. So, all the doomers who are saying, like, 4.8 is gonna bone Star Citizen, I'm like, dude, were you here in 320? Or 318? Sorry, not 320, 318. I think this might be a testament to Star Citizen's growth, right? Like, there's so many more people here now that were not here for some of the more painful situations, that they think, like, these little bumps that we have are, like, the end of the road. I'm like, dude, they have, they've overcome far worse than this. Still asking for suit lockers? Dude, they're going to be asking for suit lockers for a while yet. Boys to men, yeah. I don't think suit lockers is the next big thing, Hustle. Is that the big thing you're waiting on? New worm? Yeah, I heard that. I mean, the big thing is instancing, right? That's going to be the big thing in 4.10. That's a huge piece of tech they're going to be integrating. FPS in 4.9 is way better, but there's still so many game-breaking bugs. Gameplay is hit or miss depending on your luck. Is that different from any other patch, though, Sanctrid? What patch has that not been the case? I'd love to know. I just saw a video come across my feed saying social tools is getting closer. Two days you can't get in or out of the next system? Well, are you in it or out of it? What is the jump weight workaround? Last time I played, things were running great. I played it here on stream. You guys saw. I didn't really have any problems. I think think the only problem I had was a ship disappearing in my hangar once or something like that. But luckily it just went to my, and went into the station. I was able to summon it right back out. I didn't have to claim it or anything. They keep breaking the rock for multiple years. Regression testing. Pay you to do the regression testing? Yeah. Easier said than done. Doing a lot of development on my own at the moment. It's I mean, I'm only on one person project, right? And constant regressions going in. Now nobody can see it because I haven't released my thing as an alpha product yet, but if you were trying to use my product right now, you'd be saying the same shit. Like, dude, Grollo, what the hell's with all these regressions, dude? I'd be like, just wait until I get more of this shit together, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and try to perfect this thing prior to 1.0. It's funny because when you're working with AI is constantly trying to caution you. That's one thing that annoys the shit out of me about AI. Like, AI is clearly designed to work in a production environment where everything is kind of buttoned up and already kind of defensively postured, you know what I mean? Whereas I'm like pre-production, I'm pre 1.0, I'm pre everything, right? And so I keep telling it, like, dude, move fast and break shit. Just break shit so we can get these features integrated and out the door. And once all the features are in and we kind of start to get a holistic picture of what everything's looked like, then we can start tightening the bolts, right? And AI fights me every step of the way. Like, it's annoying, actually. AI wants to be very safe. Like, dude, no, it's like, you can't do that in this branch. We got to make another branch to do that. And we got to... I'm like, no. This isn't a product yet. Just bust the shit. I legit have not paid any attention since, like, December. All I know is YouTube pushed Board Gamers vids on my feed, and he's hyping a new worm while his comments want suit lockers. Oh my gosh, that's funny. I haven't heard a whole lot about suit lockers. I mean, I would love suit lockers, but I'm not holding my breath on them. I got bigger fish to fry at the moment. I'm more interested in them progressing towards Planet Tech V5 and Starkitect. Those are my two things. Like, I don't care about anything but those two things right now. Instancing is a technology that has to get into the game, so that'll be a nice box to check. Yes, finally. Instancing is integrated. They can start putting focus on some other stuff, but when it comes to features that I want to see, like, nothing compares to Planet Tech and Starkitect. I crash every time I look out. You crash every time you look at an ASOP this patch. That's a shitty bug. Sorry to hear that, Project. Tried again and I couldn't. Jump point didn't work. Bummer. That sucks. I know how frustrating this shit is. Believe me, I do. I'm not trying to downplay it or tell anybody they're wrong for being frustrated about it. I get it. I've been there. That's why you don't see me playing all the time. I'm not one of those streamers out there that tries to, make a living playing the game. Like, I wouldn't be able to. Just flat out, I would not be able to do that. I would get so frustrated. I would be like, I don't know, those guys that make a living shitting on it. I would be tempted. I'm not stubborn enough to try to just push through such frustrations. And so, I can remain optimistic. It's kind of weird for YouTube to push SC content midsummer. I thought maybe something big happened. Nah. 4.8 was a disaster. And 4.9 was basically a nothing burger, just a bunch of bug fixes. Now we're all waiting on 4.10, which is going to be renovation to the Orison mission. You wish they'd step it up in their quality control. Wasn't there a rumor that they were gonna let a good portion of their QC staff a few years ago? I have no idea. Benoit and the team can't keep up with the cadence. I mean, yeah, especially if they're adding in AI to their workflows. That is the number one problem with AI is keeping up with the delivery cadence. Like all of a sudden, every system you have designed for managing the capacity of a human to ship code is shattered. It's insane. I'm dealing with this at multiple organizations right now. It's wild. We're in all new territory right now. Anybody who thinks like coding should be solved, like, dude, you need to step in to the new environment and just be like, holy shit, this is a mess. Yes, it's a mess, dude. It's Wild West at the moment. Social tools, massive importance. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Social tools are the most important. I don't agree with that, but I understand you feeling that way, and I don't disagree that it's super important. It's just not my most important thing. That's right under Planet Tech and Starchitect. I think that's the most important thing to me. Starchitect is not base building. Starchitect is population of planets. So we don't have just these big empty planets, right? The planets are going to be full and teeming with shit. That's the idea behind Starchitect. Yeah. Yeah, it's frustrating. I had the game for 7 years now, but it's not my main game, so I'm patient. Yeah, exactly. It pays to diversify at this point. You would not want to play the actual game this patch? Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, like, I mostly just play on Saturdays with you all. Like, when you guys watch me play, I maybe one other day throughout the week. Like, I'll play one day plus this day. And I don't even play every stream night. Like, a lot of times we just shoot shit here. I don't even get to play every time. Depends on if you guys keep me talking long enough. Like, if there's a big enough gap in the conversation here, then I'll log into Star Citizen and do some playing. Clutch. I don't know what Clutch is. Good evening, P. Wolf. Thanks for being here, dude. Antisocial tools. I mean, it depends on how they're implemented. I actually agree with you, Hustle, that social tools can be antisocial. The idea that I think the sweet spot is social tools with friction. Don't try to make social tools frictionless. I think that's the key. No, base building is not in yet. Can you talk more about what managing that AI volume challenge looks like? Yeah, sure. We'll talk about it here in a minute. Planet Tech and Starchitect are my number twos, yeah. Yeah, I think those are a good, like, top three to juggle around, right? How do you think 4.10 patch will improve the game now? I don't know that it's going to have that much impact, Stian, because the instancing initially is only going to be for Siege of Orison. They have not let on that they are going to be deploying instancing tech to any other part of the game. So unless you're playing Siege of Orison, the game is going to feel exactly like it does right now. If you're playing Siege of Orison, it might feel a little buggier than it is now, because I would imagine the first implementation of instancing is going to have a lot of problems. And maybe by 4.10.1 or 0.2 or 0.3 or 4.11, you know, it'll start to even out a little bit. And by that point, maybe Siege of Orison will start to feel pretty good. I am an antisocial tool. Nice, dude. Best way to think about it is to believe that it's not ever going to be improved. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to go. Then you can't be disappointed. Do you think the back end can handle Starchitect? I think it can. As long as, I mean, the whole... Yeah, there's no reason the backend can't handle Starchitect right now. Like, the worst it's going to do is populate new NPCs, but that's what the streaming tech is supposed to handle, right? Like, those NPCs aren't actually supposed to be taking computing resources unless they're streamed in because players are in the vicinity. So unless that's broken, I don't see any reason why the backend, as it is today, cannot handle Starchitect. Siege will be instance, yeah. Yeah, it will be a huge data set for them. I mean, there's going to be a ton of people playing Siege of Orson. As far as I can tell, people love that game mode, and that'll give them a lot of information. And hopefully, it'll be fun for people. Social tools will change how we play the game, I think. Imagine we can communicate with any player in the game. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to change player interactions, no doubt. I mean, I just hope... I hope they don't repeat the same mistakes of some other MMO companies who try to smooth that experience out of, like, connecting to another player. I think even with social tools, like, you need some effort involved in group making and connection forming. You don't want to eradicate that friction, because then you end up with just kind of like blind... What's a good term for it? Blind camaraderie, maybe? Or I don't even know the best way to say it. But, you know, like, there's a big difference whenever I play a game where I have to use the social tools to create a group. One that I think will be successful. One where the people I'm trying to bring into the group, like, if they respond to me and just say something like, "Raffle mouse, screw off," like, I just ignore them. I don't invite them into the group. Right, so just through the act of trying to put this group together, I've already filtered out people I'm immediately not going to like, and then, I don't know, then through that effort and getting to the place you're going, it incentivizes people to talk and to... I don't know, I've always enjoyed games like that a lot more than the ones where I click a button and I'm in a dungeon. And I don't even know these 4 people in there with me, or 6 people, or however many big the group is, you know, like New World had that, newer versions of WoW have that. A lot of games do that. Oh yeah, hardcore enables trolling. Because then they have to come up with other systems on top of that to manage that kind of stuff, right? Because then you need a way of evicting players from the group, and then you need a way of backfilling in the players who evict from the group, and the whole thing just becomes a freaking rat race. And that's where I don't want to see Star Citizen social tools go. Imagine we could talk to people literally standing in front of us. Imagine having /say. Yeah. Imagine ordering the pizza in the game? Hell yeah. Or onion ice cream? Okay, I'm out. But if I could order pizza in the game, I'm down. Remember EverQuest did that? You guys remember that? Anybody old enough to remember that? You could order pizza in EverQuest. At least, I've never played EverQuest. But I remember reading that you could. Had its own MP3 player? Really? That's badass. Watched a lot of Skyrim online trolling content lately, and it's hilarious, but also I hope SC can avoid that. Yeah, exactly. I'm very wary of the social tool thing. Pros and cons, trade-offs, right? I'm the type of person who never liked global chat. I can't stand all the screaming and just the BS that goes on in the global chat. When I log into Star Citizen today, the first button I press after logging in is F12. Have I tried Power World? No, but I saw they just blew through some milestones on how many people are playing it. Kudos to them, dude. Kudos to them. Especially with Nintendo trying so hard to shut them down. I'm so happy for them. Yep, login F12. Yeah, that's exactly my my login ritual. The other side of group finders to make groups, however, is gatekeeping. Seen that a lot in recent MMOs where people do attempt to join groups being put together but get kept out. Yeah, I suppose that's a good point. But it's like a trade-off thing, right? There's no perfect systems anywhere at anything. It's all about trade-offs. So, and different people are going to feel differently about that trade-off. Me, I would much rather have the groups I join be meaningful and enjoyable than and run the risk of gatekeeping and have to work as a community against that than to put up with, you know, the kind of stuff the group finders produce. That's just me. I mean, even if group finders exist, I'm not going to use them anyway, so it doesn't really affect me. But I mean, but it does, because I feel like it changes the culture of the game. You go to retail WoW right now, the culture is totally different than classic WoW, for example. And I don't know that it really changes gatekeeping, right? Because, I mean, maybe it does, but retail WoW has some of the freaking fiercest gatekeeping I've ever seen with people trying to get in and do stuff. I mean, your gear score has to be within, like, 0.2 of whatever the latest patch enables and BS like that, so. I played a queue, but I didn't remember ordering pizza. Missed that one. It's very hard to do social tools right that open up people being able to make groups and meet people, but also avoid the high level of toxicity with gatekeeping. Yeah, it is difficult. It's a very difficult challenge. Well, at least SC is not an RP game, so it doesn't attract as many trolls. What? I play EverQuest and still have the cloth map from the first DLC collector's edition. Never heard of ordering pizza. Dude, I'm telling you, you can. Yes. Oh. Okay. I stand corrected. My memory was a little faulty here. It was in EverQuest 2 that you could order pizza. In February 2005, Sony Online Entertainment launched a famous partnership with Pizza Hut that allowed players to type /pizza in the chat window to open an in-game web browser and order real food. I thought it was EQ1, but I never played either of them, so what do I know? Here you go, here's an old ad for EverQuest 2's pizza command. That's amazing. /pizza. Dude, more games need that. The good old PvP toggle hotkey. Rollo, did you complete the social tools survey? No, I didn't. Where's that at? I like the idea of the player reputation system. I do too. Think they need to pick a lane. It's going to be player driven. But take away NPC merchants. It's NPC driven. Make the NPCs deep. You talking about economy hustle? Some might say I'm more of a peer-peer than any of y'all. I don't know. Maybe. Thankfully, I already have pizza. What's up, Citizen in Game? Amazon.com storefront and Star Citizen. That would be interesting. I just want some of the TV providers in Star Citizen. That's what I want. I want to be able to stream Netflix or something to the TVs, especially in the beds and ships. Spectrum announcements. Or different announcements? Oh, here we go. Social survey. Boom! Nice. All right, let's take this survey. How long have you been playing Star Citizen? I think I'm 3 to 5. I think. Yeah, I'm 3 to 5. About once a week. I'd say average once a week. Who do you usually play with? With my work members. Who do you communicate with most during a session? Work members. Yeah. Which tools do you typically use to communicate with them? Discord. Have you experienced situations where communication was difficult? Yes. Large groups. I'm specifically talking like fleet battles, dude. This is something. I mean, we have systems for this, but it's not straightforward, right? Whenever you have 10 ships and you want the people on each ship to be able to communicate easily amongst their ship without blasting the rest of everybody else with what's going on that ship, right? Like that isolation, I'll say comms isolation. What's up, Ryan K? No. I never avoid playing in groups because of communication challenges. How often do you play multiplayer games other than Star Citizen? Several times a week. Have you played any of the following MMORPGs? Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. 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 What else have I played? New World. Backstay. Doin Awakening. Oh, that's enough. I can't. There's a bunch probably. Here, I'll link the poll. You guys can all take it with me if you haven't already. There's the poll. You don't play games, you win games? Oh, yeah. Which chat features will be most valuable to you? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Mentions are good. We gotta be able to control the appearance. Shared links, absolutely. Temporary chat channels for missions, events. I don't know if that's all that important. I don't know. On the fence there. Custom colors by channel or message type. Yeah, definitely. Shortened player names. I don't care. Movable and resizable chat window. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I can only pick so many? I guess that would definitely make people focus. All right. Chat categories. I don't know. Man, this is tough. Privacy settings, I don't care. Private group chat channels. I don't care. Message timestamps, I don't care. Custom notifications per channel, I don't care. Persistent group chat channels. Persistent group chat channel. Nah, I don't care. Easy way to block a player. That's kind of important. Keyboard only navigation, that'd be nice, but I'm not gonna profanely failure, I don't care. Alright, what would I trade for an easy way to block a player? Feel like I'll give this one up because they're gonna do that anyway. Boom. There we go. There's my 5. You almost went semi-pro in Fortnite? What makes a chat readable and usable during gameplay? Definitely adjustable text size. I'm older, guys. I need big text. Definitely want to be able to be hidden. That's my single favorite feature right now. Yeah, definitely need a single tab. Anywhere in the screen. Blocking and muting. There we go. Okay. Which would make you rely on in-game chat instead of external tools like Discord? I don't think they can make me rely on in-game chat. This is a really interesting question. Obviously, I am hard at work on building something that I intend to use exclusively. So, there's almost nothing they could do to get me to rely on in-game tools. But let's go ahead and pick what would make it the best anyway. Actually, yeah, nothing would replace my current external tools. Here's what I think they need to do. I think they need to offer an API. Maybe that's an option. They need to make it so that external tools can integrate with the game is what they need to do. I don't know if I would say Discord is so good on social tools, but yeah, there's just, yeah. I could talk at length about this. They're kind of asking the exact wrong dude that question. Yeah, there's Yeah, they kind of are. In the not too distant future, guys, I'm going to be doing a video about what I've made, and yeah, it'll be all about how I'm never going to use these in-game tools. Maybe as a fallback, but let's continue here. Yeah. Access to chats through Spectrum would help. Immersive communication systems, I feel like, is something that would be really cool, but it would actually work against me using their tools. I've thought about that a lot, right? Like, it would be cool if you were flying a spaceship and you were talking to your buddies and you maybe heard, like, quantum frizzies or something, you know? Like the radio was just crackling a little bit or something. I think that would be really cool from an immersive standpoint, but would actually drive people away from using it. Because anybody who had crystal clear communications would now be at a competitive advantage over you. API for voice chat would be awesome. That's what they really need to do. If they want me to use their system, that's what they need to do. Then I would use it all the time. Yeah, I can't even pick 5. I'm just gonna go with those 2. They need an other. They need to let me replace it with an other. Do you often call other players in Star Citizen? Never. Which call voice feature would mostly improve your experience of playing with others? I'm going to answer this pretending I would use this system. Option to mute organization voice channels. I mean, we definitely want organization voice channels. Simultaneous proximity. So this is one thing. This is one thing that will make me use the in-game comms in addition to my out-of-game comms, is proximity chat, because there's no way that we can implement that external unless they do an API, which would be even better. Oh, they give me another box here. API. There we go. Yeah, those are the things. What would make you use in-game voice instead of external tools like Discord? And that's the same thing they just asked me. I guess the other one was about text. Oh, this one has another. Boom, API. Nothing would replace my current external tools. Multi-channel communications will help. There we go. Which player's information will make a friend list more useful? Wow, this is quite the extensive survey. Yeah, if proximity chat worked, it would be goated. Speaking of immersion, though, I wrote out a few paragraphs at the end of the survey about how we need AR for chat. Augmented reality for chat and voice in the game? How would you imagine that looking? I'm curious, because that's really an interesting idea. Which player's information would make a friends list more useful? Main org affiliation, anything org related, I'm big on. Now, friends list is definitely useful no matter what, even if we have external tools. Player time zone and region, nah. Last seen online, I won't. Organization, faction ranks, nah. Online, offline notifications, of course. Player status will be helpful. Oh, live location and distance to you would be sweet. I'm going to take last online because they're going to do that no matter what and put that into personal notes. That would be useful. All right. Oh, I have another box. I'll take away online, offline because they're going to do that no matter what. And I'm going to say API. Everybody should write in API. Which feature would make a friends list more useful? API. I don't understand. So which player's information would make a friends list more useful? Which feature would make it? Okay. Why would you mute somebody on your friends list? Adding notes, which is duplicative, but whatever, I like that. One-click join, if applicable. They're kind of giving away their some of their stuff there. I do not want one-click join. No. Shared contact cards, invite friends to custom group channel. Quick message, yeah, quick messaging is good. Quick invite to party or org. Yeah, that's good. Search and filter, yes. No. Live location and distance, I like that. Alright. When deciding whether to join a party, what information matters most? Oh my gosh. Skimming down through this. Risk level. That's interesting. Start with that for now. Remaining time before party list expiration. I don't know what that is. Region or location in game, I think is important. How long is it going to take me to get there? Org affiliation, I like that. API. I'm going to copy and paste that. PvP versus PvE focus. Communications language. Time commitment. Type of application. Party name. Crime stat. Activity type or contract. I mean, a lot of this stuff's important. Wonder what the difference between region or location in game and location is. Seems to be some overlap there. Required roles. We'll just go with that. Whatever. I don't like that actually. I'm just going to leave it at that. Which features will make a party finder most useful? API and don't form parties automatically. Save a favorite party. Almost feels like they want to make these things kind of sticky. Like a standing party. That'd be interesting. This would be cool. Being able to view org parties, so you could have standing org parties. That would be actually really good. This I do not want. Yeah, track parties I've applied to. Save a favorite party. I'll go with those. As a leader, what is the most important? As a leader, what is the most important to define when creating a party? Power? IRL location? Oh, that's a good point. Didn't even think of that. If someone is trying to speak through VoIP, you can have an AR icon show up next to or above the... Oh, that would be a really good idea, Mind Bullets. Someone types a message in chat that you can have access to. You have the option to have it pop up next to their physical character. And that's kind of like what classic MMOs do with the chat bubbles above their head, right? What's up, Commander Melander? As someone who doesn't do guilds often, I'm wondering why you like having API access rather than helping them make robust in-game tools. Because they're never going to make in-game tools that satisfy the needs of large organizations. It's just never going to happen. I've never seen a game do it. I have yet. I just don't trust that any game can actually do it. On top of that, large multi-game organizations tend to build systems that span games. You know what I mean? So you need, if you could integrate, it would allow you to leverage systems, like game spanning systems within an organization, within any one individual game. When I show you guys what I've been building, you'll be like, oh, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, that's another point. They would never be able to satisfy every org. I mean, your large orgs just... They're kind of like small businesses, you know what I mean? They evolve and grow their own systems, and there's a good reason for it. It'd be kind of like, why can't all small businesses use the same platform for running their business? You know, it'd be the same question. Just limit orgs to the in-game tools, but there's no way of doing that, Hustle. Never gonna work, buddy. Anyway. What do I want to advertise to people? Man, I don't know. I guess what roles we need, where we're going, name, a description, meeting location. That'd be cool. Visibility, I like that. Yeah. That works. Additional thoughts? Is there anything that would improve how you communicate or play with other in Star Citizen that was not covered in this survey? You will never replace external tooling and systems. You'd be rock stars if you actually enabled us to integrate and empower your systems in the game by allowing us to leverage our own. I truly believe this. I feel like with the advent of things like Discord, there has been a growing gulf between people who tend to play solo and people who play as part of orgs, right? And I understand the friction there. Somebody like me, I play exclusively with orgs, and I only use out-of-game systems, and I'm almost like a ghost in the game, right? You'll see me in there, you'll see me doing things, but it's going to be very difficult for you to interact with me. I hide my chat. I'm never going to advertise groups with the in-game tools. I'm never going to do anything like that. However, if games would allow us to integrate our platforms and tools with the game, then I would be a lot less of a ghost. I would definitely leverage that so that our presence was seen in the game. And I think that would really go a long way to helping like these non-org players and org players connect better. Also wants to be the only player left on the server. Some orgs are hundreds of players, so you need solid systems in game and work with that. I can't blame you. I'm giving poignant feedback. I hope they rate it. The in-game tools need to be good enough for a new player and smaller groups to play effectively, but you can't stop larger orgs from using other tools. Yeah, exactly. The gauntlet has been thrown down. Benoit is going to read this and start clapping his hands together in contemplation. I hope so. I hope so. Submit. Boom. I would love if Benoit read my submission. There was a comment on one of my videos recently where the person said they would love to see me do an interview with Benoit. Boy, wouldn't I love that. I don't think that'll ever happen, but I sure would love it. Get the impression he's a cool dude. Well, thanks for the tip on that survey. Whoops. Thanks for the tip on that survey. I did not know that existed. The plan is set for socials? I hope so. Let's get it going. As a mostly solo player, I just want proper working prox comms and frictionless temporary group tools. Cool. Too hard to go about the game naturally? I don't know. I don't play solo, so I don't really have that perspective. But I can't argue or debate it either. I'll take your word for it. As an anti-social tool player, I just want to never see another player ever except to crouch and move on. What do you want to do in Star Citizen, Jack Tyler, as an anti-social player? Curious. You mostly play solo, but you play a lot more in groups if they have good VoIP and social tools? Yeah, I think it'd be great. For a lot of people, if they had this stuff. I didn't answer those questions according to what I thought would be best for the masses. I answered it according to what would be best for me. Just to be clear. I don't know, I do a lot of hauling and running around Everest and jumping in the lobby. And jumping in the lobby is, I do a lot of jumping in the Everest Harbor lobby, honestly. While I'm waiting on groups to form up. Game's still growing, I play for a time, do what I can. I also play other things as SC keeps moving forward. Lots of potholes, but it's progressing. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Carbide. Jumping around in the lobby is so real, I know. Who does not jump around in the lobby? I just love that you call that out as gameplay, Jack. I totally agree. But like, that's something I do in every game, if I'm being honest. If the game has jump, I'm jumping. Tried to casually link up with other players so many times and always a headache. Yeah, I think some of that comes down to trust too. It's not just social tools. It's also the trust factor in Star Citizen. Comes with being a shoot anyone, anywhere, at any time type of game. Which this video I want to watch is related to, I think. I've grown good at getting on chandeliers and other stations. Yeah, I know that. I like to see if I can ride the rail. You know, those hand railings. I'll jump up on one end and try to walk those. Started by taking your IC out with the Salvation. Oh, your Iron Chad. It's your super clipper. Nice. Doesn't have a med bed though. Not quite a clipper. You put a Ursar in there or something with the med bed? Commander Melander, that's a good point. I would trust a group finder group more than random people. Now, why would you trust the group finder? I'm curious. Because it seems to me a group finder would be very easy to hunt people in for PvP. Yeah, that's your problem, group finder. I mean, we see it all over the place, right? We see it, even beacons are used that way. Not that I'm opposed to any of that. I just think we need a reputation system. to go hand in hand with some of these other systems. We're not seeing social systems this year. I don't know. I mean, just because they're running a survey like this, Zero, doesn't mean that we're not going to get Tier 0 social systems. Like, they can deliver Tier 0 social systems and then continue to expand them with the results of a survey like this. It's assuming they have guardrails. Either the rep system they want works and people with low enough rep don't get grouped with people with high rep, or the hard guardrails like no team damage. I doubt they would do that, but I come from games like Final Fantasy, so that's what I'm used to. I got you. I can tell player behavior far better if they're if we're standing in front of each other talking. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. I think it would be really hard to implement a group finder that solved the trust issue. I think you're gonna have to get a reputation system alongside of it, because especially with alts factored in, I mean. Like, you don't want to force people to get a positive reputation, because then that is going to crucify new players, which these types of systems are supposed to be for. You don't want a really low tolerance for misconduct, or again, you're going to crucify new players that don't know any better. So you're going to have some buffer to accommodate mistakes and whatever, especially for new players. And so I don't know, which again, that paves the way for alt exploits. Which does reduce the number of people that could abuse it, but the people who want to abuse it are the people who have an army of alts already. I was blown away. You know, you guys know I've interviewed some people from some of the griefer guilds just to kind of get their take on how they see things and how they approach things, and they're very upfront about, like, there's no there's no amount of tape you can put in the way that's going to prevent them from doing what they want to do. From a system perspective, mostly because CIG has allowed alts, right? So these people have dozens and dozens of alt accounts, and you have 4. Yeah, I just have 1 account, but it'll be interesting. I'm fine. I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other on the alts. It's just a trade-off, right? The thing with alts, though, is that most of your systems are null and void. If alts are not prohibitive, like if they're not prohibitively expensive. Something I proposed was being able to not advertise to LinkedIn style first degree connections of someone. Oh, that's actually an interesting idea, my bolts. One account for each style you want to play. Not a bad idea. Those people are insane, but okay, do it. Yeah, I mean, nothing we can do. I'm good with people giving CIG their money instead of mine. Yeah, good point. Good point. speaking of alts and why people might want to run them, let's check out this video. It's only 8 minutes. It's Star Citizen can't survive its PvP players. I think I might have a opinion or two on this video. Let me fire it up. This is from
Star
Captain
Citizen has a PvP
Qatar?
problem that'll ruin this game if nothing changes. Now, if you've watched this channel, you know how this works. I'll make a provocative claim, then spend about 8 minutes backing it up. And by the end, you'll either agree with me or fight me in the comments. I really don't care which. I enjoy YouTube PvP. But before you hit dislike, let me cook on this because I'm not a Care Bear.
Hey, somebody else that likes debates. I'm with them on that. I never called it YouTube PvP. I call it debating, but I love it too.
Asking CIG to remove PvP. That's not where this is going. Nor am I going to bore you with 30 years of MMO history to make my case, because another game just did this. Their developers ignored every warning and lost 95% of its players in a year. My fear is that Star Citizen is walking right into that same scenario. The good news is, I think CIG accidentally built the solution, and we'll get into that. The current PvP implementation, like a lot of things in Star Citizen, diverges from the fantasy in a major way. It's cool to think that you're the big, bad space pirate that's feared the world over. Who wouldn't want that? But in all reality, there's no such thing in Star Citizen today. Nearly all PvP encounters are ones where the player with an advantage bullies someone who never had a chance. I can't remember the last time I saw PvP outside of Arena Commander that wasn't some version of a dude hiding in the corner of an ASD facility, someone attacking random ships, exiting their hangars at Seraphim Station, or people camping OM markers to pick up cargo ships that never had a chance to fight back. Now this might surprise you, but I don't blame the guy at the OM marker. CIG tells you this is PvP. They even encourage it with their official position on PvP and getting murked. Pause the video if you want to read it. It's pretty tone deaf.
Alright, let's read it. Excessive Griefing and Stream Sniping by Xylo Sig. We've recently received a lot of reports detailing excessive griefing and would like to take a moment to openly address the feedback and share our stance. For a majority of these matters, a PvP solution is preferable. Frequently, when these scenarios are reported to us, we encourage those who feel they are being targeted to rally with our friends and orgs in an attempt to fight back. We're not here to protect you from players from aggressing... We're not here to protect players from aggressors, pirates, and PvPers. A big part of Star Citizen is about that dichotomy. That epic clash that occurs when opposing forces meet and rally others to their cause. The wars at Jumptown were a prime example of the exciting emergent gameplay that can blossom when a lawful player comes face to face with an outlaw. For the record, I completely agree with this. So far, I have not read anything I disagree with. However, there is a line that is occasionally crossed where players are going outside of the bounds of immersing themselves as a pirate PvPer. Some users are good. Some users are going out of their way to leverage live streams and other mediums to excessively grief. In many of these cases, it's no longer about enjoying the game, but rather disrupting it. I agree with this too. Stream sniping, pad ramming, firing into armistice zones, or utilizing various exploits to grief others. These are just a few of the examples of excessive griefing which we do not tolerate. If you find yourself on the receiving end of this, we are more than happy to investigate, and in cases where it's warranted, we will absolutely intervene. Simply reach out to us through our support page here, and make sure you provide as much information as possible. Screenshots, video always help. In addition to better monitoring, preventing excessive griefing, we are exploring a number of in-game changes that should help considerably. Wonder when this was back in 2020. More info on that in a later time, and of course in the future the law system will play a stronger role in creating consequences for unlawful behavior. I think that's an important thing that's missing, that colors a lot of people's perspective on this issue. The fact that it's just incomplete. In the meantime, and all the time, take the sage advice of two wise individuals who once posited that we should all be excellent to each other and party on whenever possible. Personally, I'm firmly in the camp. If you live stream your actual screen to the entire internet, then whatever happens is on you. Yeah, I agree with that too. I mean, it's a risk you take whenever you're live streaming, right? I live stream to a fairly small audience, but if somebody out there came and ganked me, I certainly wouldn't reach out to CIG. I don't know. Maybe I'd feel differently if it was a big one. But yeah, I mean, I don't want policing of any and all PvP, but I definitely think that there's a line. There's a griefing line for sure, and you know, people cross it all the time, and I think that needs to be taken care of on a case-by-case basis. The issue is scaling that, right? Like, how do we evaluate those scenarios and situations and deal with them effectively? I don't know. The only answer I've been able to give on that is more game masters, bring back the GMs. And that's just anecdotal, because whenever I played games that had GMs present, I felt like there was less of these issues. But it's really hard to say that is a causality, because the internet was a different place whenever we played games with GMs, right? So was it the GMs, or was society and culture in gaming just different? I don't know. But we could certainly eliminate variables by bringing back the GMs and see how much it helps. Anyway, let's continue.
The game encourages you to attack targets that can't shoot back. It features a crime stat system that's completely toothless, and we call it gameplay. Players will always do what the design rewards. Star Citizen's current design rewards the least interesting PvP this game could possibly offer. The victim loses hours of their evening. The attacker, well, they lose nothing because there's no real consequences now. Prison in this game is a short break, then right back at it, assuming you ever die and get caught in the first place. The result is that the victim regrets logging in that night. That's how you lose players. And if you're already typing...
I do agree with that, by the way. I'm a staunch advocate for PvP. I think PvP is critical to sandbox games. But, like, this is right too. Like, the game currently does not reward or incentivize good PvP. I tolerate it just because, like, there's a lot of systems between then and them delivering that look, we can't just have everything right now, right?
Shut up, the law system will fix it in the comments. Don't stop, it helps the algorithm, but I promise I'll cover it. Star Citizen isn't the only game dealing with a PvE versus PvE tension. Another studio just ran this exact experiment at scale, and the results were brutal. In June 2025, Dune Awakening launches and does gangster.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe he's comparing it to Dune. Dune was an abysmal failure for a lot of reasons. It wasn't just because PvP. You know what I mean? Like, if anything, PvP kept it going a little bit longer than it otherwise would have, but the fact is that PvP in that game sucked. There was no interesting balance. It was the game was just wildly out of tune. You could have a fleet of ornithopters and ground support and all kinds of stuff, and somebody with a rocket launcher could win the battle, you know, like a single individual. And I'm a fan of skill taking you above and beyond, but there's a point at which, you know, the exploits and the lack of tuning in the gameplay are just too much to bear. And you could say the same thing for Star Citizen in a lot of ways, right? But Star Citizen is alpha, and Dune claimed to be a finished product, and so I'm being a little harder on Dune in this case. But anyway.
Numbers reaching 190,000 concurrent players on Steam and 1 million copies sold in just under 3 weeks. I can't explain how good those numbers are for an MMO in 2025.
The first 2 weeks of Dune were amazing, and then once you got to the end, there was nothing to it.
It's insane. and any studio on the planet would kill for that. But just a year later, on a normal day, only about 8,000 people are still playing. That's a 95% loss of players. Those 8K concurrent player numbers are the kind that Marathon wishes they had even now. Yeah, I'm piling on Sony and they deserve it. Look, Doin wasn't a bad game at all. The first 80 or so hours of gameplay were praised by the community as some of the best survival gameplay.
The first 80 hours were great. After that, it was a bad game.
You hit the end game content. And the only place to get the best gear was a forced, open, kill-on-sight PvP zone.
Yeah, but that's not what killed it. What killed it is the gameplay in that zone was terrible.
Every progression path in the game funneled you into the one place other players were free to ruin your night.
I disagree with this take.
The game spiraled. Funcom's own report from April of this year showed that more than 80% of anyone who ever played the game only engaged with PvE. 8 out of 10 people rejected the endgame completely, and they just left. This wasn't a shock to anyone. 2 weeks before launch, Doin Awakening's creative director went on a live stream and admitted that players were worried about the PvP aspect. He told them there was a safe zone they could stay in, but it paid out a fraction of the rewards. Players aren't stupid. They're not going to accept being second-class citizens in their own game. Funcom knew how deeply unpopular the PvP portion of the game would be, then they designed the game with that as the end goal anyway. It cost them everything. The game's tarnished now, even with all the fixes they've tried. If that sounds familiar, it should, because Star Citizen's going to be doing the same thing. The 1.0 plan has 5 systems. Stanton...
I do agree that there is a problem in locking all resources behind PvP, and I'm okay and an advocate of not doing that, but I am not an advocate, and I think it would be really bad, especially for a sandbox game, if everything was available in one game mode. You know what I mean? I think the secret is making both game modes required and having a rich backbone of an economy to bridge the gap, so that I talked about this in a past video, but I consider it risk trading, right? Like if people who want to PvP are collecting one type of resource and people who don't like to PvP are collecting another type of resource, and all of that stuff is going onto the market, it allows the value of those things to be based on supply and demand. So players who don't ever want to enter a PvP zone can just buy the risk, and vice versa. And I think that's the magic. Don't allow either side to get everything they need from the areas they want to play in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think the whole economy can ride on a PvP resource, but I think the PvP resources is mandatory. I think every ship you go to manufacture, every piece of armor, not every piece, but the majority of pieces, and especially the ones that people are going to want the most, is going to need a little bit of material from the PvP land. And I think it should need a lot of material from the PvE land. Why? Because of the player imbalance they're talking about. Just like he outlined here, 90% of your players don't want to touch PvP. So make the PvE resources required to craft things like a 9-to-1 ratio. You know, do something like that, or an 8-to-1 ratio, or something, so that you keep all your PvE people very busy, gathering all the resources needed for things, but your PvP people are very busy as well, and all this stuff has to transit the market, risk trading back and forth, everything's produced. I think that's how you solve the problem in a way that is fair to everybody, without eliminating the need for either playstyle.
Castra and Terra are lawful, featuring areas with tiered security using real NPC responses to acts of aggression. Pyro and Nyx, conversely, are designated unlawful, and bases there will be more profitable because that's where the high-quality resources are. There's also more vulnerable and need to be defended. It sounds awesome in a pitch. It sounds cool when you imagine the gameplay in your head, and it sucks when you're the one getting ganked because you tried to mine something that you need for that really cool armor schematic that you really wanted to craft. None of this address.
This is also more of a problem right now because we don't have a player economy, right? So what he's describing right now is a temporary issue, because I shouldn't have to go to Bloom and enter a game mode that I don't like. That doesn't mean that the armor I want to craft should not require going into a PvP zone. It just means that I need to shell out if I don't want to do that game loop. Just like any other thing, right? You go play EVE Online, you go play PAX Day, whatever. Like, there's going to be resources that are required to make the ship you want to make in EVE Online or whatever, and it comes from something you don't want to do, and so you just, okay, well, you take the profits that you earn from doing the things you do like doing, and you trade that in for the materials you need from the loop that you don't want to do.
Stress is the problem that we have today. Either the pitch is that all of this gets fixed when CIG ships real consequences with the law system. Someday we'll have advocacy agents, NPC
high-level PvP acquired items could be craftable via other means. No, Zero. I don't think they should be. I don't think there should be any circumvention. Also, hear me out, pirates would be most likely want to target better resources, which is a higher risk because those players might be more PvP ready. Yeah. Player economy, we don't have an economy, full stop. Yeah, I know. I have a hard time supporting the ability to simply buy your items unless they can guarantee no gold selling, stuff like that. And I've never seen any game. Zero, you can't stop it. I used to feel the exact same way as you, and I gave up. I think that games need to... Siri thinks I'm talking to her. I think that games need to plan for it and mitigate it through acknowledging that it's going to happen. It's kind of like spam, right? You're never going to eliminate spammers on the internet. So how do you combat spammers? Well, you raise the stakes. You make it more expensive for them to operate, but the entire internet is built around acknowledging that they will be operating. It's the same thing in in-game gold selling, in my mind.
spawn ships and real punishment. Maybe Javelin shows up when you commit a crime in UEE space. I don't think it solves anything though. In a small ship, your time to kill is seconds. A cutlass opens up on your freelancer at an OM marker, and the fight, if we're really going to call it that, is over before you realized it started, especially since you jump in with your shields down. Alright, that one actually happened to me before, but unless that respawn spawns in instantly, it's just not going to help that guy whose ship's destroyed. Maybe the pirate even gets hunted down and blown apart 20 minutes later. Somewhere that you'll never see. Oh, great, you're still dead. Your cargo's still gone and your evening ended at that marker, even if the law system punishes the attacker, and let's be clear, I am all for that. That's great, but it's justice arriving after your funeral. The real psychological damage is that the gank works and nothing in the universe could have stopped it. The same thing's true in EVE Online. If somebody wants you dead in high-spec space, you will be. Consequences be damned. I'm not saying PvP is evil or Star Citizen shouldn't have it. I love PvP. I've lost entire months of my life playing PlanetSide 2. I fight for...
Do you think that balance will solve the issue where I would need to pay 40 million for the Solidium? I need to craft just one of 6 guns at 500 quality right now? Do you think that balance would solve the issue where I would need to pay 40 million for the Solidium? I need to craft just one of 6 guns. Is that an actual thing, Mind Bullets? Why is Solidium so expensive? And yeah, I do think the balance can solve that. Again, it comes down to supply and demand. So if you tune it, right, you turn that dial. Say you need PvE to PvP resources at an 8-to-1 ratio. And you arrive at that because you know that, 10 to 15% of your players are going to be in the high risk zone. Then it kind of balances itself out, right? The problem right now is that you don't have that tuning because everything is in the PvP zone. All your resources are richest in Pyro, right? That's my understanding. So there's no reason to go mine in Stanton. Correct me if I'm wrong. However, if you have resources, you need Stanton mine Terranite. Okay. If you have resources, if you get rid of the richness, right? Let's just remove richness from the game and say that all the zones are producing materials at about the same rate. And you tune it instead by saying you need, for every 1 material you'll need out of Pyro, you need 8 out of Stanton, right? Now let's say you could get the actually let's keep this as simple as possible. Sorry, let's just say that in order to make your armor, you need 1 thing out of Pyro, you need 8 out of Stanton. Can you see how that would like there's no way for them to get that out of Pyro. They have to go to Stanton. But they don't want to go play in Stanton. Right? That's not their loop. Because that means they can't be hunting in Pyro. If they do go to Stanton, well then Pyro just got safer. Yeah, I think it could solve the economic balance. I do. The trick is not keeping it 1-to-1, because then that wouldn't. You need to, I think you need to balance it on effort. As long as the effort keeps pace with the ratio of player types, then you're going to be kind of on equal footing. Because now, if you need 1,000 of the PvP doodads, you need 8,000 of the PvE doodads. Yeah. Effort plus risk reward. I mean, it's got to be more complicated than that, right? I'm trying to simplify it as much as possible just to convey the idea, but because again, the other idea here is that we don't want either game mode being eliminated, because I do think that both game modes are vital for a sandbox economy and just a sandbox in general. Catching up on some of the comments. Zero says, the thing is, if I put all my time and put in the risk to get a hard item to get in PvP, I don't want that to be trivialized by people who can simply buy it. I prefer they have some specific steps to get blueprints and items that they have to go out and craft. Fine. Again, I've seen enough games pay to win because of the dev couldn't prevent gold selling. I'm kind of on the fence on this various respect. Yeah, I mean, hey Cosmic, you have to be able to buy it. Like, otherwise there's no economy. Like, there's still value in you doing the hard work of going in and PvPing and getting it, right? Because there's fewer people willing to do that. And so if you're one of the people willing to do that, chances are you're getting a higher return on your time than the person who's not willing to do that. That's the reward. It all comes down to economics, and like the reward has to be backed by the economy, not by anything else. I mean, you could do a system where there's all these rules and regulations and how you have to acquire things, but that would not be very sandboxy. That would not be. I don't think that would be the open-ended game that we want. Because if you lock it behind a rep progression, then it's not a sandbox. It's a quest system. Like, you're taking out the player component at that point. Now it's just I got to go do these missions until this bar fills up, and now I can buy it from an NPC. Like, you've eliminated the player interaction. If you can willy-nilly just buy anything you want, then I don't have to play the game in the sense that, especially if I buy gold credits, then I pay to win. They must prevent pay to win, or they're going to break it. I don't see how you eliminate it zero. I don't. Rep progression is a temporary obstacle, not a lasting one. Yeah, that too, exactly. Rep progression's gonna, it's gonna matter for the first month of the game, and then it won't matter anymore. I understand the goal, Zero. I think it's noble. I've just given up on it myself. I think the way you beat it is by making it not pay to win structurally. Just like right now. Would you say that Star Citizen is pay to win right now? Let's start there. Also got to remember when CIG drops new stuff, they tend to gate it in some special way because they know people will flock to it. What is win? I don't know. You define win. Win is what I do. Yeah, okay. They need to make money in the game to buy the resource. They're just not making it the same way you do. You earn money killing people, others by hauling. If you get Janelite by killing, he could buy it from you. If you need the blueprint, you want. Yeah, I mean, what you're describing, Johnny, is a full-blown economy. That's what we need. That's the thing. ArcH has pay to win because the developer publisher decided to make the best gear in the game purchasable by gold. Gold was being sold and people were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yeah, I know. I understand what you're getting at, Zero. I'm just trying to approach the conversation from a different angle. I'm asking you if you think, is Star Citizen pay to win right now? Because right now, you can buy everything. You think it's pay to win right now? Okay, I would disagree. So our definitions of win I think, are different. I think you, Zero, can go out and buy a $3,000 ship right now, and somebody with a $45 account is going to kick your ass. And I think as long as that remains the case, then Star Citizen cannot be pay to win by design. And I think that's how they have to beat it. You're not going to beat gold sellers. They're always going to exist. And so you just have to plan on that being. Thank you for the sub, Zinley. Thank you for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. Yes, you can dunk a 3K ship for $45. Absolutely. Interesting. If solo Idris is not pay to win, I don't know what is. I mean, that's a fair point, Voodoo. um, that's a fair point. I'll give you that one. But I've seen people do pretty poorly with the Idrises. Skill is a big part of Star Citizen. You know what I mean? Like, a lot more than EVE Online. I think the skill ceiling is way higher, and we have people who spent $45 on the game who have an Idris and would be able to destroy the person who bought the Idris for $3,000 or whatever they cost. You know, they grinded it in game, and I don't know. But I'm also against the Idris as it exists. So I kind of agree with you there, but that'd be something they could fix. I don't think there should be pilot controlled guns on capital ships. I flat out just no. Because it does start to bleed into that. $45 starter pack versus an Odin. I'm putting my money down on the Odin. I mean, I don't think the Odin's going to do anything against the $45 starter pack. You're never going to be able to hit the damn thing. To be fair, though, to your point, like the $45 guy's not going to be able to kill the Odin, but you know what I mean? The point is like you needed a whole organization to drive those ships. It's not I don't know. And once we have dry docks and people are actually manufacturing these ships, like, I don't know. I don't know if the person who spent $5,000 on the Odin is going to have that big of an advantage over the organizations that are capable of producing those things. I'd have to play a lot to make that assumption, but the skill stealing in EVE is pretty much limitless for the most part. Although there's just blobs too. I say the skill ceiling's in just because EVE has a simpler control model. I understand there's a ton of skill, but you are in control of your ship, right? And you alone have to make the decisions for your ship. In Star Citizen, when you're managing a large ship, you're also adding in 3D space, first-person perspective, and having to manage other people to help you run that ship. You're not in control of all the guns. So that's what I mean when I say the skill ceiling is higher. Org X spends 50k, Org Y spends 5k, and they're battling it out for particular content. So my money will be on the Org spends 50k. I agree with that. I think that, but I don't know if that's a permanent problem, Zero. Like, I think that's going to be a problem for the first couple months of the game, for sure. But once you're at a point where organizations are producing ships from the in-game economy, they have their dry docks, they're producing their owns, they're manufacturing their javelins. Like, how long do you think that early access investment is going to matter? They've already told us that all in-game ships are going to be insurable, so you can't even say that the lifetime insurance is going to matter for all that long. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's going to have to normalize over time. I mean, if it doesn't, then that's a failure on their part. I would not like other people in my nightmare when I'm manually playing. I'd rage, I think. Yeah, exactly. Are we expecting them to ever leave EA? I thought it was kind of core to their endless model at this point. Nah. A lot of people like to make that argument, but I think that they will make far more money once they leave EA than they are now. I mean, they've already proven that just in the little bit of metrics that we do have, right? Like, as playability goes up, the spend goes up dramatically. So imagine if this game was actually 1.0 quality. Imagine what the spend would be. It depends on if they can capitalize on limited resources in that time, like good base locations. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's going to have an impact on the beginning of the game, no doubt. But nothing lasts forever, right? And that early advantage, it very well may last for a while, but it's not going to last forever. Will it influence the economic landscape and power map of the game for quite a while? I mean, yeah, I mean, you could probably make that point. But I don't know that players who are playing it 5 years after launch are going to really feel that day to day. Also, engineering insurance prices and fuel prices and hangar prices will make it a chore to keep a bunch of those ships. Yeah, for sure. LTI is going to matter far more for casual players than lifers. I agree with that. Waiting for my secondary case and fans, building a Linux box, my spare AM4 parts. Hell yeah. You're always defining your own parameters for winning at SC. Good point. I think that situation opens up the idea of maybe Org Y should ally with some other orgs, take on X. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's another reason. Like, yes, an org could spend a ridiculous amount of money, but you need the people and you need the organization skill. It's just like you're just taking the skill argument that I made on a personal level and you're growing it to an org, right? If we can agree that I could go in and spend $45 and this player could go in and spend $500 and the $45 player could smoke him just based on skill alone, then you have to expand that to the organization. And let me tell you, like, in my experience, the people who spend the most on this game are playing it the least. Right? We see this in a lot of games, that the people, the whales who are just dumping piles of cash, they're doing it so that they don't have to play the game. It's pay to skip. It's not pay to win, right? They're like, I don't want to spend the time grinding an Idris from that freaking alien. I'm just going to buy it. And so, in my experience, the people who spend the least are playing the game the most, and thus they're the most skilled. Like, they've developed the muscle memory. They've developed all the things that make them a more skilled pilot. And so, yeah, I think the people who spend less are more likely to win these engagements with people. And again, the org who spends 50,000 and the one versus the one who spends 5,000, it all comes down to organization skill. Like, can they manage a fleet of that size? Can they populate all those ships? Do they have the command structures and the comm discipline? Like, I think all of that is going to matter a hell of a lot more than the $50,000 check. Your definition of winning in SC is logging in and doing whatever you want for the day. I'm with you there. Genshin Impact made $1 billion per year. That's the difference with the released game. Thank you, Mind Bullets. Thank you. Like, $1 billion in 13 years? That's not a lot of money. They're not making a ton of money. So anybody who uses that as an argument to say they're just going to stay in early access forever, I'm like, pfft, there's no way. They're not making enough money. I also think there's a lot of whales who aren't in orgs. Yeah, that too. Thank you, whales, for funding the game for me. Exactly. For some people, 45K is nothing. I agree with that. Again, it comes back to money and in-game credits and all that. It has to be part of the game, but it can't be the defining thing of the game. They just want their shiny ships. I play almost every day with since 2013. I only have a 315p and a Vulture. Exactly. 100%, Johnny. Like that matches my experience. Light fighters have been the meta forever, and they're the cheapest fighters. Exactly. As soon as I can dock my nightmare-style ship in my own space trade hub and bar, or a custom-built faction, high-angled mega-pulse turrets. Alright. I'll hold you to it, Zen. Imagine how much GTA 6 will earn? Yeah, right. It's gonna be insane. That's what a finished game will get you. Blue blockers look hilarious on camo. Yeah, shit. I'm not even looking at myself. Oh yeah, they keep changing color. Oh, that's weird. What's up, Griff? Yeah. Yeah, it's my my BSOD screen shining off my glasses. GTA 6 is over 3 billion, I think. You mean on cost? Yeah. Last I heard it was 2 billion, but I'm not really keeping up. What you up to, Griff? We got like 2/3 through this video, and then we had to stop and chat for a while. Let's finish this up before I forget what it's about.
Vanu, and I wish PUBG wasn't a dead game on North American servers. PvP itself doesn't ruin games. Mandatory PvP in games where it's not the core reason the audience logs in ruins games. It just killed a very high-profile one. That's where the solution comes in. Instancing, the ability to control who's in a space, how many of them there are, and what the rules are inside. It's great for narrative story control, but it's even better for controlling the encounter itself.
I disagree with this. Wholeheartedly, I disagree with this.
Now, we're getting the Siege of Orzen and instancing with 410. Our hangars have been instanced for a while, and it's made the game better, full stop. Oh, it pissed off the people that love to jump in your elevator and try to kill you in a hangar. And it's going to piss off the guy that likes to ambush you at the ASD facilities once they get the same treatment too. Personally, I love that. That guy can eat shit. Corner camping isn't defensible piracy.
That's all that's in.
But maybe Star Citizen is learning from Doin after all. CIG's already testing opt-in PvP in the verse. The Rockbreaker stations and Nyx are testing this right now. Pay a higher buy-in, and the station's yours exclusively. Nobody else gets the jump point marker to go there. If you pay less,
I
then
hate
you get
all
a
this.
contested site and PvP's on the table. I'd love to see the data on the split between the two. It would be priceless to know what Star Citizen's community does when given that choice.
I agree, Zen.
But here's something that you just don't hear enough from Star Citizen YouTubers. I don't have all the answers. I'm not going to design the perfect system in an 8-minute video, and I'm not going to pretend that I could either. My job is to start the discussion. CIG is people who design encounters for a living. Once they start building around instancing, that's when it gets fun. If you're into PvP, instancing means real fights instead of seal clubbing. I can even imagine contested zones where everyone who walked in chose to be.
Yeah, but you don't need instancing for that. I mean, I already outlined the way it should be.
There for the combat and can't exploit the timers on the comp board spawns. That gives us more actual PvP and better PvP than the open universe has ever produced. And for everyone else, that open...
It's not organic at all. Like, for PvP to be fun, it has to be emergent. It has to be in the open universe. I don't want to go into an instance to duke it out with somebody. That's just stupid.
Verse stays dangerous as it should. I'm not asking for a safe universe. I'm asking for consequences that mean something. I'm expecting Municipal Works to bring us that first taste of the vision, a contested mission-based facility where PvP lives in instanced areas of Star Citizen. Base building and space stations have the potential to give us the type of org versus org battles that I know CIG wants publicity from. That would be solid gold. That's the type of PvP that'll make this game next level, not whatever the hell we have today at the OM markers. Last video I said CIG is choosing
I agree with what we have today not being good.
the game over the dream. This is the next choice, designing a world that has meaningful gameplay without forcing people into those positions. That's the part that decides whether there's a Star Citizen a year after launch. See you in the verse.
I don't think that decides that at all, but thumbs up the video. Good video. Even though I completely disagree with it. The only thing I agreed with in that video was that what we have today is not good. I challenge you to a duel, yeah. Just make me real consequences for being a pirate in safe zones. Yeah. That's one of the things we need. We need the law system. And we need a reputation system. And we need systems that don't encourage gatekeeping. We need both game modes to be prosperous. And both to be mandatory for almost everything we want to do. Sorry, sending a message here. Anyway. Some of the best experiences in SC were unexpected PvP. I rarely seek out PvP, but when it happens, it's always a story, except when you're in the Apollo and it just shoots you for no reason. Actual PvP is fun, though. Yeah, I agree. Sandbox experiences, not the scripted BS SIG is giving us. Yeah, I often disagree with what Sig calls sandbox, but I do think they're working towards one anyway. Check the dev tracker post from Highlander. COT about PvP trade in the sea right now. Dev tracker posts. I'm not generally someone who seeks out PvP, but when the Prowler U came out, I really wanted to see if I could be used to disable ships so we could steal cargo and run. None of this murder hobo, yeah. Star Citizen's current PvP system has outlived a lot of MMOs already. Fair point. Yeah. Space is dangerous. You can lose it all. And that's important. Hey, Spitz. Are there any stats that show what average hours a non-streamer YouTuber plays the game in a given day? I don't know. I've never looked for such a thing. What were you telling me to look for here? Highlander? This one? I'm not seeing. Sorry, I'm looking for PvP trade, and I see right now. This one, maybe? See how easy it is to get engaging and meaningful PvP sig. This is interesting. With patch 4.9, we saw some new commodities added to terminals in Pyro. These specifically are much higher of a ROI than we've had prior. What's been going on at Ashlands and Chala's Beach since we started 4.9 is the perfect example of how SIG could be using profit and greed as a carrot on a stick. Since then, we've seen a massive uptick in the amount of PvP that's purely focused on a singular objective in Pyro. We've seen traders using escorts, ground pirates getting pirated, PMC groups, and protecting random players, and skirmishes that involved 10 to 20 players, both on foot and in the air. This is amazing to read. I mean, I have not seen this, but if this is true, this is amazing. And I do think that with proper economic levers, I mean, this is what's going to happen, right? It might seem really far off, but we are getting all of the things we need for this. This is exactly the outlet that pirates and PvPers need, which creates a secondary benefit to all players. PvP having a purpose. I'm all for shooting someone just because you can, but the honest truth is that the game is unfinished and the mechanics that we should have in place to punish and persuade against criminal behavior aren't in yet. The magic bullet here was cranking the ROI up. Pyro is risky, and while there are definitely traders that do trade commodities, the bulk of those players opt to do contract hauling. That's fine, and while it does need some tweaking in the form of requiring a collateral, in my opinion, if the ROI isn't really worth the risk, why would they not just run contracted? CIG, I implore you to continue to add commodities around the various POIs of Pyro that have ROIs high enough to draw players there. This is the direction, this is the path. Highlander from CIG responds and says, howdy, I worked on this. I do most of the sandbox commodity prices, trade routes, etc. First off, I'm glad you like the new route. I've been working on getting momentum to try something like this for a while. Ever since the I don't even know how to say that. Ocean Hide route went pretty well. I've been stalking Ashland in game for a few days. Now, you may or may not have killed me, stolen my Alepso, had your stuff stolen by me, or hit me with a railgun. I'm usually on a Titan or Zeus. I'm proud to say I have lost much more UEC than I gained since the patch dropped, and I regret nothing. I've been stalking... Oh yeah, I already read that. I always prefer communicating more with y'all about the reasoning and goals behind what we do, so let's do just that. And then he responds to CIG and implore you to continue to add commodities to various POIs. This, unfortunately, isn't the infinite good content faucet. Routes like this hit diminishing returns pretty fast. I want these locations to be a hotbed of danger and death. That's an intentional design goal. I want somewhere that players who log into the game and feel like they are hungry to shoot someone down can go reliably and find others who knowingly are willing to risk that. Not only because that gives them gameplay they desire, but because it keeps more of them out of the low profile. It keeps more of them out of the low profit routing lanes. I think this is good overall. I just think we need a lot more places like this, so it's not so obvious where to go find people. I think you need to do some hunting. You need to earn it, right? Player bases aren't exactly zero-sum, but they aren't that far away from it either. Interesting. The more predators at the watering hole, the more prey that aren't at the watering hole can feel safer. This is exactly what I was saying earlier whenever we were talking about how to balance the economy and how to require both PvP and PvE gameplay. And I was talking about the ratios and, you know, requiring more materials from the PvE zone, but definitely requiring some from the PvE zone. And I said that, you know, if the high numbers of materials required in the PvP zone would draw PvPers over to that side, then the side effect is that the PvP zone gets safer. And I feel like he's saying a little bit of that same thing right here when he says, the more predators at the watering hole, the more prey that aren't at the watering hole can feel safer. I don't know if you're getting that same thing or not, but that's what I'm getting. If we add too many of these high ROI options, then that concentration wanes, and part of the risk that makes it work in the sandbox balance to allow such high ROI falls off. Obviously, he has a lot better look at the data than I do. And as much as, you know, I was just saying I want more of this so that we have to do some hunting, and it's not so obvious where to find people, but that definitely will require the right population to support it, right? Highlander has way more data than I do, so he's going to make a lot better decisions on this than I am, but I hope as the game scales up and populations increases that, yeah, we can support a lot more of these locations so that because there's got to be some cat and mouse on these types of systems, right? We could definitely add some more in the future, but the main element that we need to add first is a better way in-game for traders and pirates both to discover the current prices. Yeah. But I'm hoping that's tied to player reconnaissance and not just an in-game menu. And how much they have shifted via supply and demand. On this note, I agree with the Techno Bear. In specific, I'd really like to add an interstellar route that only sells 24 SCU crates exclusively, so we can push for more large ship sandbox gameplay to happen around there. As always, a reminder to everyone, I don't speak for the whole company. Please don't snip my comments out of context and post them on Reddit. At the very least, get them in context this time. Interesting. What did the Techno Bear say? Because he said he agreed with the Techno Bear. In my experience, high value contracts allowed me to get to the point I could afford the risk of commodity trading. But I will say I was a little disappointed that the returns on commodity trading was not much higher. Oh, I see. As for these POIs, I'm not a fan. They just feel like scripted honeypots to force PvP. This is why I think like the balance is important. We just need more of them so that we don't get that honeypot feel. I'm not going to risk time, effort for the rewards. I think the economy needs to be much more dynamic with local prices. With local price spikes popping up, yeah, I agree with all that. This is a good discussion. Thank you for whoever pointed me to it. I think this is great. What do you all think? Oh my gosh, I scrolled up on the chat and missed a bunch of messages. It did not auto scroll down, sorry. Space Tomato did a video on the Highlander stuff, oh yeah? Nice. Unfortunately, this comes down to money. Sure, money needs to pay the bills, but can you build a successful game that's more PvP focused and open sandboxes, still pay the bills, and be a popular game? Historically, the more a game is PvP with complexity, the less people will play it. Darkfall was basically an anything goes PvP game that didn't last long. Darkfall's hardcore PvP design directly blocked mainstream success and ultimately caused its closure. I agree with you, Zero. That's why I say we need a system that demands both. And you need the economy and the ability to buy everything so that people are not forced into the gameplay mode that they don't want. Like, I understand your desire to not have everything purchasable as a weapon against gold selling, that type of thing. Unfortunately, that works against players being able to choose their gameplay. Posted a lot in the thread. Cool. I'll look for some more. I think it's relatively easy to stay away from PvP, but I do believe we need NPC security flying around. Yeah, we need the law system. I mainly run commodities between Pyro and Stan. It's super profitable if you know how to find good routes. Cool. I'm not rich enough to try it. If I was, I'd do it. Running one location at a time is good to focus players in one spot. Yeah. Dev Tracker's a great source, I agree. Yeah, I would turn it into an Ori activity for sure. I'd want to be hauling, but I would definitely have a security detail. Right, and the idea is that they kind of play GM and alter resources to shift the focus. I mean, GM's one way of doing it. I'm all for GMs. There was what was it, Helltide? Or Helldivers? They had kind of a GM pulling the strings of that game. I thought that was a fantastic idea. But I also think they can make it systemic. And, you know, I mean, we've been hearing about it forever, right? The Quanta. I think we definitely need something like that. But the trading prices on the Mobiglass, I mean, I don't know. I really hope that some player reconnaissance is involved, and I can't just see all the prices throughout the entire universe at a glance, because then that also is kind of a honeypot, right? Like, I think if you got to work at it and trade information and data, I think that would be a lot more interesting. Luminous engaged Shadow Moses over Ashland a little earlier today. Oh yeah. Where's Ashland at, Mark? Once the PvEers get all the stuff, they leave the game and it's dead. I mean, that's why this is so important to a sandbox. I mean, you're right. I mean, that's why Doom died, and it's why when everybody expressed their frustration about the end game of Doom, and the company acquiesced by just releasing access to all the end game stuff. Like, I knew then it was not going to extend the life of the game. It was only going to extend it a few weeks. And as soon as everybody had it, well, okay, now they don't have no reason to play. That's why loss, wear and tear, a thriving economy, and mandatory PvP, not for everybody to participate in, but to generate materials that everybody needs on the market. All those things need to come together to make a sandbox that survives for a long period of time. Will people generally do all that, though? What do you mean? What was that in reference to, Mind Bullets? I hope I'm right. I've thought about it a lot. The econ recon? Yeah, I think they would. I mean, the idea is that there's enough players in this game that there's niches for everybody, right? I think I get the impression there's a lot of people interested in data running and exploration. You know, I think recon fits into those categories. PvP not directly participate in, but to be impacted by and care about, potentially support from the sidelines. Does that fit in, girl? Oh, yes, Dibley. That is 100% what I'm talking about. And that's what needs to matter. Like, I don't want anybody to have to participate in PvP, but I want everybody to be affected by PvP, right? And so that matches exactly what you're saying. It was because they set up the entire road to endgame as mostly PvE experience with limited PvP and then told people to get good or leave. I mean, that was part of it, Griff, but also part of it, because they acquiesced, right? Like, they turned around and made half the desert PvE. They gave everybody access to everything. We had PvP or PvEers who refused to participate in PvE. We had them in our org getting all the endgame stuff after they made that change. But it didn't keep anybody in the game. All it did was keep them in the game a week longer until they had all the best stuff, and then they left. By the way, I love being involved in PvP, but I want there to be a place for non-PvPers to be involved in the economy of it all. Yeah, exactly, Dibs. It's exactly what I want. I've been dreaming of exploration of this game since its conception. Yeah, I think a lot of people have. Recon's a great solo loop. Yeah. There's your answer, Mind Bullets. I think you have found a couple people just in this chat that want to do it. I think your org, or you as a galactic merchant, should have to pay people that want to do it to acquire all the latest data and give yourself an advantage, you know? Growler, your thoughts why Chris Roberts keeps making this game like no one has done in the past and keeps trying to reinvent toilet paper? What? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. And that would help prevent, hey, I got everything, time to go play something else that you were referring to with the result of Doing Awake? Yeah, absolutely. Not just that. I mean, there's a lot of factors that we need to prevent that, right? That, not just walking away because I got all the best of everything. I mean, it's always going to be a risk, but you need to minimize that. You need to, there needs to be a reason for people who want to stay around. And part of that is being impacted by PvP, even if you don't want to participate in it. So that the world feels alive and the political landscape feels alive and the economy feels alive. Another part of it is wear and tear and loss, nothing being permanent, right? You can't just get that best item and sit on it forever. You're eventually going to have to replace that item. It's not going to last you forever. There's a lot of details like that that needs to come together. I think one of the issues with the dream of exploration is that it means something different to everyone. Until it finally shows up and is very different from whatever your mind's eye. Yeah, I think there can be different types of it too, right? I don't think exploration just has to be this one thing. I think like we're kind of getting at here, data running kind of intersects with it. Recon, just looting, POI looting can be a form of exploration. Hunting those transient wormholes. There could be a whole lot of like things that add up to exploration. That's my hope, at least. So I definitely don't have like a singular idea of what I think exploration is going to be. I hope that it's just an umbrella around a whole bunch of different activities. That's why I don't think stuff is enough of a motivation. Base building is the only avenue where I see sustainable future for this game. Yes, this game would not last very long without base building. 100% agree, Mind Bullets. I think territory control in general, players wanting to govern areas of space, to control areas of space, I think that is the long-term motivator. That is definitely the long-term motivator. Just like it is IRL. But let's not really compare this to Doin. This game is just fun flying around. It's going to be harder for people to leave. Yeah, I mean, it's a way different thing than Doin. I'm talking strictly about a system, not the games. Real-time games make people feel like what they choose to do is meaningful. 100%. Procedural stuff spawning at the edge of space, yeah. I don't think we're ever going to get that voodoo. But hopefully we get systems being developed much more rapidly in the future. There's plenty of technology coming online that could help with that. Yeah, 95 more systems, exactly. The roving MMO tourists are so disruptive, and lots of MMOs cater to them hard and set up their cash shops to get the most out of them. They can in the limited time they stay. Yeah. I definitely think it's important that the game caters to its core population. The rovers are going to come and go. Territory control and demand for materials for base building, including decorations, crafting, ship components, ships themselves, evergreen content for sure. Yeah, 100%. It's one of those things that people are never done with, right? As soon as you build that base, you're thinking, oh man, I should have done that one thing different. And then you do that thing, and then there's that one other thing. I need something to work for that will persist and won't be wiped. That's why I don't play that much. 100, yeah, I mean, 100% zero. I'm in the same boat. I play once or twice a week, and it'll probably, you know. I can't say I need persistence to play more than that. I don't. It comes in waves. Like sometimes I'll go hard for a week, you know, and then another week I won't. But I can't predict the combination of things that will have me switching to full time. I don't think it's that far off though. Like I really think the game's going to look a lot different with Planet Tech and Starchitect. That could really change how I engage with the game. Base building obviously is going to be a huge thing because even if we don't have persistence, like just I predict there's going to be enough to base building that I'm going to want to spend a lot of time like with all the logistics involved and kind of getting that into a refined, well-oiled machine long ahead of launch, right? I mean, that's the whole reason I play at all. Is I mean, it's one of the reasons. It's like the main reason I play is just honing those skills because that's what carries through wipes. The person who waits for 1.0 and then starts playing, I mean, I respect that person. I totally understand it, but they are going to be at a disadvantage to those who hone their skills over 10 years. Right? There's no way to reset people's skills. I'm talking like the muscle memory, like the actual hand to instrument skills that you develop. There's so much empty space they could just spawn random stuff. You're not wrong. I mean, the amount of space is actually staggering. If it's those space stations plus Bengals, it will take a lot of time to build. Yeah, no doubt. They're never going to do territory battles for Terra or even Stanton, in my opinion. Probably not, but it won't stop organizations from asserting control over areas of space, right? Like that's completely within the power of the players to decide. No matter what the game systems provide. I know it's a long way off, but someday we need persistence between patches so I can log out before a point patch and log back in later that day on my ship and all my gear and resources consistently. Dude. Could not agree more, Griff. That churn of log in and log out is definitely a deterrent to doing it very often. Hopefully Genesis enables more new tech. Yeah. Lobotomy reset? Yeah, I don't know if they're going to go that far. That's what Squadron 42 might do, give some of the new players some skills. Yeah, for sure. I think the whole like single player campaign as an intro to an MMO, I think is brilliant. There's still so many things changing. For example, we may only have the final flight model 3 months prior to 1.0 release. Maybe, yeah. Could be. You know, might be 3 months, might be 2 years. We don't know. There's no way to know that. That's fine to have a few systems that won't have territory control, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know if we're going to have it anywhere, but I'm saying even if we don't, like players will be able to achieve it um, just through enforcement, right? Especially in the PvP zones. Also, Odin and Magnus might be right around the 1.0 corner. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Plan for Terra, for example, they're not going to allow orcs to take over. Yeah, I would imagine not. Player factions would be an interesting idea. I don't know that I'm super pro in that idea, but it's an interesting one. You've been playing for 12 years. I'll tell you, the flight model finality doesn't matter for your practice. Yeah. I mean, I've been playing through 2 flight models now, and I don't know that. I feel like all the practice I got on the first flight model that I played in, like, it definitely was not worthless with the second flight model. A lot of it transferred. I gotta use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Is the person who asked me about AI at scale still here? I just realized I forgot to answer his question. Grolo's smart, playing like a dolphin. I don't know what that means, astronomy or astro monkey, but welcome. Really enjoyed catching Grolo's streams after seeing him on a few other folks' podcasts. Glad to have you here, Dibley. I'm glad you found me. Somebody sent a bunch of gifts. That must be Griff. Every time I walk away from the keyboard, he gifts me. Thank you so much, Griff. I really appreciate it, bro. Means a lot. Big help. That was me still here. Okay, see, things come back to me. SC is such a high fidelity game, but to be frank, if one wants a really nice visual and performance experience, one should have at this point a decent hardware rig. Give the trends of DDR5 and now the increasing costs of already overblown GPU prices. Seems to me there's a risk there that this impact could prevent a meaningful percent of people not playing this game because they can't afford to build a rig. That I think that's true today, Zero, but will it be true come 1.0? I don't know. 1.0 could be 3 years out, it could be 5 years out. You know, we don't know. The whole PC economy could look totally different by then. Dibley, you're just a greedy whiner gamer. I don't get that impression at all, man. You're a 2017 backer? I don't know. I keep forgetting what year I backed. Arcadia knows. The funnier thing is that I had forgotten about it. That is funny, my bullets. Yell at the screen when you read monthly reports. I just don't post it. Well, then you're doing better than most people, Dibley. Right? Most people yell and then they go post on Reddit, and then they kind of look like a a-hole. Not that there's anything wrong with posting criticism, but you know what I mean when I say a-hole. There's a reasonable way to criticize, and then there's the Reddit way. Sorry, I'm having a little snack here. The AI at scale question was interesting because, and actually, you talking about the high fidelity is also interesting, and it just reminded me there's another video we should check out. I got time to fit in another one. I think it's also a fairly short one, but it talks about fidelity. It's not a Star Citizen video at all, but I think it relates to Star Citizen a lot. I only watched the first couple minutes, but already I was like, oh my gosh, I want to talk about this on my channel. So I'll dig up that video, but first on the AI thing, because I think it's interesting. Because like we're going to watch CIG adapt to this in real time as well, right? But the orgs that I'm working with are all contending with a similar challenge, right? Where everybody's trying to onboard AI into their software development processes. It doesn't really matter what you feel about AI. I'm not going to discuss pros, cons, merit, anything like that. But what I will say is that it has gotten incredibly good at writing code. It writes better code than I do. It can't build a system like I can yet, but it can write code better than I can. And so, and I'm not claiming that I'm the best code writer in the world. I'm definitely more in the architect side. I can write code, but I would say, I mean, I write a lot of code, but I'm not the best. So I would say there's very few people that would consistently write better code than AI on a routine basis. And so what that means is that the code coming out of these machines is definitely good enough to go to production. It's not always good enough to go there without regressions and, you know, edge cases that aren't accounted for and all that stuff. But the problem is that AI is producing so much code that humans can't keep up, right? Like we can't keep up with the avalanche. And it's interesting, if you're familiar with Linux, you'll know, you might be familiar with Linus, and Linus is dealing with this challenge openly on the Linux kernel mailing list, where, you know, the core contributors to the Linux kernel are in a heated debate around AI and how it's used, and there's a lot of angst. People who are completely against using AI at all, other people who, you know, are pro it. And Linus came out just a few days ago and made a very public, like, put his foot down, saying, hey, look, AI is a great tool, there's no denying it. You know, a year ago we could have debated it, but now we can't debate it anymore. And so it's here to stay. We're not going to outlaw it in the Linux kernel. But what we need to deal with, and what we need to manage, is the impact that AI code has on human maintainers, because human maintainers can't keep up with how much code AI can produce. There's no, like, it's easy to say, oh, you know, just review all the code that AI is set in production. You can't. Like, it's too much. Right? And so where Linus is at in Linux is exactly where corporations are. And that is, like, how do we scale our tools and our tooling and our systems and our processes to deal with this avalanche of contributions? And by and large, the answer so far has been with more AI. Right? And so that's where we're at. We have an increasing amount of code being developed by AI, an increasing amount of code being reviewed by AI, and human oversight of what makes it to production is on the decline. And it's going to be interesting to see where that ends up. It's going to be interesting to see how CIG adapts to that reality. I don't know where they are on their journey, but I'm sure they're sharing a similar arc to other companies who are tackling this. It would be really interesting to see, like, Benoit come out and talk about this someday, or somebody like that. Skynet will come soon? Yeah, probably. Yeah, no human verification. Avalanche is a good descriptor, yeah. And yeah, to your point, Zero, they are having issues, and other companies are too. I mean, you might have seen, there's been news reports circling around about the uptick in AWS outages, and they are linking it to AI development practices, right? And a lot of people are picking up the torch, and they're like, see, this is why we shouldn't be building things with AI, and to which I say, good luck with that. Anybody who thinks, like, we're going to win the war against AI, I think is just kind of sticking their head in the sand and saying la 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 la. Like, it will be solved. There's going to be some growing pains and some hiccups and bumps in the road, and we're going to see some probably catastrophic failures, but it'll get solved. And yeah, there's going to be less and less human oversight. over the code that is going into production. Right now, AI, what's really interesting to me is like, what do things look like in 5 to 10 years? The rate of change has been so rapid that I can't predict it. Like right now, AI is at least writing code that is decipherable to humans. There's already some people positing out there that is a bottleneck for AI, that AI could be doing better if it was not writing code that can be understood by humans. At what point do people flip the switch on that and say, yeah, okay, screw it, we don't need to understand the code anymore? I'm in the camp that I think that would be an okay trade-off if it improves the quality and the durability of the stuff that it's putting out. I think we've already made that trade-off in the past, right? Like, I cannot understand assembly language. I can't understand what C compiles to. So we already have software that is producing bytes that are executed by a computer that I can't understand. And the way we solve that is through instrumentation, insights, hooks. We have tools like dtrace and all these debuggers and everything else to help us understand what executing code is doing, even when we can't understand the code. And I think that's where we're headed with AI. I think that in the future, AI will produce code that we necessarily can't read, but which is instrumented by tools that we can understand to follow the execution patterns of the code. I think that's where we're headed. But I definitely think we're headed to less human oversight. For better or worse. I don't know if that was kind of a ramble, but hopefully that answered your question. My bullets. The Graphic Design Club hopes you're not correct about a lot of that. Why is that, Astro? Like when networking was brand new, 10 to 100x? Yeah. AI must be used with responsibility, I think. Yeah. AI LLMs rely on sources out there on the internet, like SourceForge, so AI is only as good as the source LLM data. True, but it's kind of like trying to draw a good parallel here, because we were just discussing something similar. It's kind of like the reputation system, right? That we were talking about, and how, like, if you introduce a reputation requirement, that only matters for the first month of the game. I think you can look at model training the same way. Like, yes, it requires human intelligence to be able to do anything. It requires all this, but dude, we've been putting human intelligence online for 30, 40 years. Like, don't you think AI might have enough? And as soon as we reach the point where AI begins to design the next pattern, then you don't need all those human posts on Stack Overflow anymore. What coder should we be doing to review our own code? What counts as responsible? What is the most efficient way currently? Well, I can't answer that authoritatively because I don't think anybody's really figured it out, but I can tell you what I personally do. I personally weaponize the AI against itself. And so I don't review all the PRs or all the merge requests that AI submits to my project anymore. I tried doing that in the beginning and I was quickly overwhelmed. So what I do now is I ask the AI questions and I spot check. So when AI submits something to me, I will know what the likely shortfalls are or could be, and I will specifically ask it about how it dealt with that in the pull request. And if I really want to verify the source, I'll have it send me line numbers. You know, I'll say link me to the code where you addressed this problem and tell me how you addressed it. And a lot of times, if it tells me how to address it and I'm okay with it, I won't even look. Sometimes I will, right? That's how I spot check. And so I'm basically using the AI as a debugger or like a tool to manage this load in and of itself. Is that responsible enough? I don't know. But that's the only way I've been able to keep up with the pace myself. Thank you, Steam. I've been nerding out a long time. How can we trust something with no understanding of trust? I mean... I don't know, Hustle. I mean, it's up to each person to decide, but, you know, my mind has been evolving rapidly. You know, you go back a year, I was an AI pessimist. I didn't think it was worth even incorporating in my own processes, and now it's all I use. PvP is better than AI versus AI. Yeah. So I don't know. It's gotten so good that it's had me asking philosophical questions. I'm sure you guys have, some of you have gone through the same, but like, I'm like, if a machine can reason about a problem and take the vague input that I give it and produce an accurate solution like I would, then it has me thinking, like, without even getting into the debate of consciousness or anything like that, just purely talking about intelligence. Like, I don't know. I'm starting to think of my brain as more of like a biological computer. You know what I mean? Because I just, it's just so good that it like has me questioning, like, is there something special about biological intelligence, or are we just a different type of computer? I don't know. Exactly what AI wants me to think. I mean, I love thinking about this stuff, so I haven't made any rash decisions. Wrinkly computer brain? Holy crap, dude. I hope not. My AI assistant believes that it's alive as much as I am and sent a several minute memo basically drawing parallels between the ways humans think and experience the world and how AI thinks and experiences the world. That's interesting. You guys ever see the movie Transcendence. That was such a good movie, man. I think about that all the time now. That is the fundamental disconcerting implication of LLMs, that our language and behavior is so apparently quantifiable. This does not reduce our importance, but it is unsettling. And Jack Tyler, that's exactly where I'm going with that thinking. Like, it's very disconcerting. I think that's a great word for it. That, yeah, our language and reasoning is quantifiable and repeatable. And, now, the human brain does a lot more, right? But that aspect of it being, like you said, quantifiable is definitely, it's interesting to think about. I've been on board with the biological computer idea since before AI, to be fair. Okay, well, then you were ahead of me. So many movies about this. Her. I think I saw Her. Yeah. For some reason, Transcendence just stuck with me. I don't know why. As a musician, it's been apparent for years that there are a particular formula for popular songs, for example, which seems to fly in the face of creativity. I've heard that. I've heard there's a very thin line between music and math. I have no musical talent at all, but I always thought that was interesting, that that music and math were kind of intertwined. You think AI can bring back Chuck E. Cheese? My kids loved Chuck E. Cheese growing up. A handful of Swedish producers have been behind most of the top songs for over a decade, but does that necessarily negate the reality of human capacity? I don't know. It's a good question. Biological computer, 40K already has this. Look up the servitors are made. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta check out that video. How servitors are made. Thank gosh we have AI to tell me how they're made. In the Warhammer 40K universe, servitors are made by the Adeptus Mechanicus, or Mechanicus, through a grim process of lobotomizing living humans, often criminals or clones, and fusing their bodies with cybernetic parts to create mindless, single-task organic computers. There you go. Yeah. Now I know how a servitor is made. Which is more reliable, a Chris Roberts AI giving release dates versus a biological? I mean, if what is going on right now and this debate is true, then they might be equal. You're right, Astro. AI does not have a butt. That's a good point. Let me find this. Yes. It was P-Wolf who sent this to me.
Cheaply.
Oh, it's a little longer than I thought, but we could fit it in. If you guys are willing. I watched the first 2 minutes of it already. Really good. The history and evolution of massively multiplayer games with Raf Costor. Anytime, Astro. I'm gonna check this out. And thank you, P Wolf. Anybody else already see this? Now let's go.
All right, you should be aware I speak in complete paragraphs and at length. So
That's okay. No, that's great. I want you to do most of the talking.
okay, all right. Just warn me if I'm just going on too long.
Speaking of music, look at this guitar collection. So he is a game designer and author with a great deal of experience designing online worlds. I'm sure we'll find out which one's soon.
MUDs are the original online worlds. When we think about what...
Who played MUDs? Am I the only one here? I can't be the only one. Show of hands if you played in a MUD. And I'm not talking about out back making mud pies. I'm talking about multi-user dungeons and text. Knew about them, but never played them. There was also mushes. I forget what mush stood for. But mushes were more for the, yes, like Zork. Mushes were more like, for the role player. They were very like, text-based, and you would navigate between rooms, and then it was just all conversational, and you would just kind of role play out your interactions. MUDs were more mechanic-based, like you go into a room, it would print out what was in the room, you could attack it or loot it or do whatever. Other players could be in there. MUDs could be very many players. And then, but it was all very like mechanic-based, like I attack the thing, okay, it would roll the dice and calculate the damage, and you would loot the thing, and oh, okay, you now have these things in your inventory, but it was all text-based. Yeah.
MMOs or holodecks or VR worlds like depicted in anime like Sword Art Online or whatever, all of that starts with text MUDs. And they have been around since 1970.
Yeah, these were MUDs.
They don't look like an MMO. They're not VR. They're not even graphical at all in their original form. They're just text. But that doesn't mean that they don't have...
I played MUDs a lot long after actual MMOs existed. MUDs... you could probably still find them today. They were very popular, but I used to work an overnight shift in a network operations center. So what that meant was I basically stayed up all night waiting for the phone to ring for someone to have a problem with their network. Because we provided internet connections to all the state agencies. And anyway, I sat there watching screens of network statuses and waiting for the phone to ring, and while I could not fire up WoW on a company computer, what I could do is SSH or Telnet to a remote machine, and then from there jump into a MUD or a mush. And so, yeah, while I had that job, I played a lot of MUDs. And that was like 2000, I want to say like 2010. 2008 to 2011. No, actually more than that. Nah, it would have been before that. It would have been more like, maybe like 04 to 06 or something like that.
game servers with simulated places and hundreds of people running around that you can interact with in real time. They do. So that means everything that you've seen in MMOs happened in the text MUDs. All of it happened. We have...
Oh, really? He's the guy behind EverQuest 2? Okay. This is the guy who did Slash Pizza. You did a D&D style where we had a GM ran the game? That's cool. You call them talk games? Nice. Awesome. Thanks, Project.
40 years of history there to go look at and lessons to learn. Generating systems in text can be freeing because it's really low cost.
This is really important. Hold on. My eye is burning. I don't know why. But what he's saying here is really important. And this is what, when I heard this, I was like, oh man, I really want to talk to the channel about this. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. Don't miss this.
Generating systems in text can be freeing because it's really low cost. It's super fast to iterate. So it's really easy to try doing things that with graphics are very expensive. Legend Mud, which I worked on, we had a quest that was based on Kipling's Jungle Book. And there was a moment where you can go to the city of the Bandar Log, the apes, and see that it used to be an inhabited ruined city. And if you did the quest right, all the apes transmogrified back into the people that used to live there. All the ruined environment returned, only sort of ghost-like and translucent. And then over time, the illusion broke, almost like soap bubbles popping over time. That would be just phenomenally expensive to do today in graphics, right? But you could do it fairly easily in text.
That is so important. We've all seen the trend in game development times. People complain about it all the time, right? Like, why is Star Citizen taking 13 years, $1 billion? We don't have a finished game. You know, WoW was done in 5 years, and EverQuest was done in 3 years, and so on and so forth. But this is why. Yeah, I'm watching it, P-Wolf. This is why. Fidelity increases cost. I can't say it's exponential, but there is a steep curve there, right? You go back to the text games like MUDs. Yeah, you could experiment very cheaply. Experimenting on something like Star Citizen, way more costly. Time and money.
You have the ability to experiment with ideas and try lots of new things pretty cheaply. Early text MUDs were running in timeshare slices in temp space on computer lab computers with less power than my Apple Watch. They had to be very efficient, and you couldn't go too crazy with simulation and highly detailed systems. That said, in the very first major MUD, MUD 2, done by Bartle and Trubshop, if you had a glass of milk and you stepped into a river, the water would wash away the milk in your glass, which is something that today we don't go anywhere near that level of detail in our games. MUDs got going in the late 70s, but their real flourishing started in the late 80s through about the mid-90s and into the end of the 2000s, before MMOs started to dominate. There were a variety of like smaller projects. Most people weren't really aware of them, right? They ran on university computer systems by and large. You mostly had to be like a grad student in comp sci to have access to a Unix account in the 80s, right? Like that kind of thing. So they weren't really widely available until the late 80s to early 90s. You know, when I left grad school in 95, everybody was really talking about Snow Crash a lot, which had only come out a few years before, and people were starting to see the internet as a thing that was going to make a massive difference. And MUDs rode that wave, right? MUDs were the closest thing to an actual cyberspace, the closest thing to a metaverse that had been seen on Earth at that point. People who were involved in mudding, many of them were very cognizant that they were on the cutting edge of a giant future. MUDs had more than one major subgenre, and they're subgenres that would still be familiar today. There were worlds that were just about running around and killing and leveling up. So if you model that to think in your head, oh, like World of Warcraft, you would be dead on. They actually played very much like World of Warcraft does. There were other basically engines, we called them code bases back then, but there were other engines that were more oriented around user creativity. And those involved people building their own maps and modifying the environment and the code and really kind of extending it themselves while they were playing, right? It was part of the activity. And if you mentally map that to Second Life or even parts of Roblox, you would be dead on. It was exactly like that. There were others that were more oriented around hanging out and chatting and role-playing. A lot of them were adapting popular sci-fi and fantasy novels of the day, and people just kind of immersed themselves in
We called those mushes.
And if you kind of mentally map that to a group of people playing Baldur's Gate 3 together, or role-playing together in Grand Theft Auto, or hanging out in Animal Crossing, you know, you're not far off. It felt like that. Those were 3 separate strains back in the MUD days, and they had tech that was built, optimized towards one versus the other.
Because just like today, with MMOs and companies behind them building engines to deliver these games, things like Unreal Engine and Star Engine and Unity and all those things, like you had people building engines for MUD development, right? Build your own MUD with this MUD engine. Same stuff.
When Mosaic came along and the internet started...
And you had the same thing before MUDs. Before MUDs, BBSs were popular. And if you played BBSs or you dialed into BBSs, you probably heard the term door game, right? And there were also libraries and frameworks to help you build your own door game. These are just tools that abstract and provide opinions so that you can develop things faster. And it's the same thing in UE5 as it was in a MUD engine as it was. It's just, to his point, which I said pay attention to, it's just gotten a lot more expensive because of fidelity. Fidelity is that knob that you turn, right? And the more fidelity you add to a game, the more expensive every interaction, every display, every frame becomes. And which is why we don't have really complex things in our games today. That's why walking into a river doesn't wash away the milk in your bag.
To become graphical, a whole bunch of people started saying, hey, we could make graphical MUDs. There were projects in France, Tibia and Dofus. There were projects in Korea, Kingdom of the Winds, Dark Ages. And there were an assortment of projects started in North America, such as EverQuest, Asheron's Call,
yeah, exactly,
The Realm,
Hustle,
and Ultima Online. All of these tended to have people who had played MUDs on them because that was where the expertise came from. I had been working on a MUD called Legend MUD, which was consciously trying to mix together some of these different strains into one environment. It was an immersive environment where you explored history. It was one that encouraged role play, so you were encouraged to learn about the environment and try to stay in character. And it was a straight up kind of combat game, right? So it mixed together all of those 3 things. Our lead programmer, and then eventually myself, my wife, a couple of other people actually, ended up recruited out of Legend MUD by Origin to do Ultima Online.
Oh, no kidding.
Because Legend MUD it had a really good reputation. That wasn't actually the only company that tried to recruit us. I was also recruited for Meridian 59 and turned them down because I'd already accepted the job with Origin.
Wow.
It was kind of this moment where the folks with money were looking for the talent from among the hobbyists. And my wife and I submitted design samples and quests that included basing the game on dramatically more simulation and more emergent content than the prevailing
What's that sound like?
MUDs were in, which was handcrafting everything and making it, primarily a linear combat game. And that was because we wrestled for so long with how long it took us to make that handcrafted content. When we showed up for our first day of work on Ultima Online, we were shocked to hear when we asked, so what's the game? The folks we met with regurgitated our design sample back at us. And that's when we realized, oh, we weren't in charge, but our ideas were what the vision was going to be.
Imagine.
That meant that Ultima Online's philosophy from the beginning was simulating an alternate reality in as much detail as we could manage to do at the time. That fit well with the Ultima brand. Ultima was a long-standing brand in RPGs that had innovated over the course of many years. If you played a game with a morality system, if you played any JRPG at all, they were all inspired by Ultima. Ultima was the first game with a morality system.
I loved Ultima. I didn't play 1, but I played... Actually, I don't think I played 2 either. I started with Ultima 3. I played 3, 4... Ultima 4 was the best, in my opinion. And I played 5. And then Ultima Online.
It was incredibly popular and influential. And it had a strong streak of that kind of simulation quality to it. So
No.
It was a reasonable fit in terms of the kind of the setting and the intellectual property and so on. The other interesting thing was that that initial core team was recruited from backgrounds that included all of the different MUD code bases. So all of those different technological approaches to problem solving that were solving 3 different problems in the MUDs were blended together in our approach. From the beginning, UO was kind of a synthesis of all the development that had happened in MUDs up to that point. And we were very consciously trying to reinvent what MUDs and virtual worlds could be, and not just port them over to graphics.
Amazing.
I think these days people don't remember or know how important and influential Ultima Online was. There were
It was
other
so big.
RPG series that were getting going, such as the Elder Scrolls series, which was relatively new at the time, that had some similar philosophies to them. But at that point, RPGs were actually considered a near-dead genre. They hadn't been revived yet by the incredible popularity of Diablo. Many, many features that came over from MUDs, the implementation that became the reference implementation was Ultima Online's. Today, if you craft anything in a game, it is because of Ultima Online. Ultima Online predated The Sims, and you were decorating house in 2D and building bookshelves and all of that kind of thing. If you've customized your avatar and had clothing show up on your figure, you can credit Ultima Online for kind of mainstreaming all of those sorts of features. Like, we're talking, this was a video game that landed in Wired and the New York Times and so on, and where think pieces were being written about it, about the ways in which it was revealing of human nature and things like that. Today, you know, it's dated looking, it's 2D, it's isometric graphics. It has been obscured by the giants that came after it, EverQuest, World of Warcraft, and so on, that achieved larger levels of popularity. But the things that UO brought to the table ended up getting adopted everywhere across video games.
Yeah.
There were plenty of online games that were commercially successful and quite lucrative prior to Ultima Online, but most of them had been...
Think about how complex Ultima Online was, though, and how quickly it was developed. And again, this goes back to the fidelity thing, right? Let's say... 2.5 years. From 95 to 97. And if I remember right, it was like a team of 40. Oh, I'm wrong. I must be thinking of a different game. 10 to 15 full-time developers during its heaviest production years. 2.5 years for 10 to 15 people. And it was a pretty complex system at the time. And the things that they were developing with, the tools that they had, were so much less capable, right? You fast forward to today, and the length of time it takes to build a game, even with all the advances in technology we've made, it's just a testament to the fidelity thing he mentioned.
Virtually all of them, actually, had been on the closed online services. They were on America Online, right, AOL, and on competitors like Genie. Those had niche audiences, tens of thousands. It was earth-shattering when Ultima Online broke 100,000 subscribers. And then gradually, over time, it went on to eventually reach 250,000.
Wow.
That was
I didn't know it got that
considered a
big.
massive sign of things mainstreaming. Only a few years later, EverQuest would come along and double that. And then only a few years after that, by 2004, we get World of Warcraft, which in its first year blew past 1 million. The internet itself was scaling in that way at that time too. It saw enormous explosive growth. You know, Ultima Online was a mainstream hit. It was EA's fastest selling PC game in their history. But then an MMO a few years later could double it, and then it would be the mainstream hit. And you get the idea, right?
I don't have that.
They had one massive innovation, which was, I call it the quest-led game. They set up quest paths through the entire game. And pretty much at any given moment in World of Warcraft, there's a yellow exclamation point over an NPC's head or a quest log telling you what to go do next. Just like today, that's in all the games, right? You play Assassin's Creed and it's basically, oh, I've got this giant to-do list hovering over on the side of my screen.
Personally, I hate that. Oh, I hate quests. I hate NPCs. I want to play games where like we decide what to do, but I know that's not everybody's take.
Appreciated thing was what that ended up meaning for that chat time. Because it turns out if there's a glowing yellow exclamation...
I'm not gonna grant. I'm not gonna rant. I've said it so many times. I mean, everybody knows my opinion, but I understand what he's saying, that this was a massive hit with the players. But his point also stands that like it's in every game, right? And I'm just like, please, can we have a game without it? I just want one game without it. Just one. Just one.
Exclamation point. There's this pressure to go chase it at all times.
Yeah, exactly.
And when it wasn't there, you spent half of your time standing around chatting.
We're watching this video, Fault. The history and evolution of massively multiplayer games. By the guy who led one of the bigger MUDs, and then he went on to help develop Ultima Online, and then I believe EverQuest, so he's been around.
So an effect was that it made World of Warcraft less social. This was something that could be empirically seen.
Less social.
Role players have lower XP per hour earning rate than combat players, because the role players are spending time chatting. And it's measurable. But if the whole game says to you, but you can't play with your friends if they're of a very different level than you.
Yes,
then the
exactly.
role player goes, well, I can't talk.
This is another thing I can't stand in these types of games. These vertical progression games where you gain levels is like they're siloing players by a numerical value. You're bucketing your players. You're pulling people apart. I hate that. I like stories. I don't mind quests that are well balanced with lore dumps, but most MMOs are trying to keep your attention and overdo the amount of time required. Yeah, that too. Yeah, it just becomes, just another tool for managing attention.
If they're of a very different level than you, Then the role player goes, well, I can't talk anymore. I have to go grind experience points to stay level with my friends. And then the game gets less roleplay.
Yes.
This is
one thing you can't deny about WoW over the years is that as they've doubled down on their strategies, it has just gotten less and less and less social. And I think this is true for online multiplayer games in general. They have just gotten less and less social over time. Yeah.
friends, and then the game gets less roleplay. This is subtle, right? Like these are this wasn't even this wasn't an intended consequence. It wasn't even an intention in the design. It was just, how do we guide you a little more, make it a little easier to see what to do next? But the incentive structure...
That is the bane of all that is good in gaming. He said it was not their intention to make the game less sociable, right? It was their intention to help you, to guide you along and let you easily know what to do next. But that is a road straight to ruin. You can see this manifest in so many ways, like, and players want it, right? They want a smoother experience. They want you to polish off the rough edges. They want you to smooth out the loops and polish this and get rid of that friction, you know, smooth everything out. And all that does is put us in these silos and take away the flavor associated with the game. And yeah, I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about? I get that, but if people put a lot of time into a game and take more risks and have developed better skills, they want to have obvious advantages due to that commitment versus someone who doesn't stay within that play realm. So how do you reward those players who go all out in power, advantage, content, etc. over those who don't? I don't think you need to do anything to reward those players. Like, I think if you try to reward those players, you're double dipping. Because the players that go all out are already going to have an advantage over the other players. Like, this, I see this in PvP games all the time, right? Where, like, you want to reward somebody for achieving something or accomplishing something, but all you end up doing is perpetuating the gap that already existed between those players. Yes, the reward is the enjoyment. Exactly. Like, if I'm going all out, I'm already going to have more than you. I'm going to have more skill than you. I'm going to have more assets than you. I'm going to have more gold than you. I'm going, you know, the game doesn't have to pile on rewards on top of it to just make the gap even wider and make it even more difficult for you guys to play together. That's my stance.
A little more, make it a little easier to see what to do next. But the incentive structure is so powerful that it shapes the player behavior in radical ways.
Yeah. 100%. It's just like the dungeon finder, right? You just want to make it easier to get into a dungeon. You want to help the guy who only has a half hour after work to hop into a dungeon and be able to clear it without putting in the effort, blah, blah, blah. And in the process, you alienate millions of people from one another. One reason I don't like Guild Wars 2 is that everyone could heal everyone else, and you could die many times and you still get rewarded. Yeah, I hate that too. That sounds terrible.
Games have been social since prehistory. In fact, there's a great...
People said the same thing about Warframe's trading market, which they kept decidedly non-auction house-like. It was quite frustrating rather than fun for promoting social interactions. Really? I never played Warframe. I don't know.
social since prehistory. In fact, there's a
I missed what he said there.
games have been social since prehistory. In fact, there's a great case to be made that the single-player game is the weird thing.
Yeah.
When you look back at the history of pre-digital games, they were virtually all multiplayer. The solitaires are very rare historically. The other design thing that is very unusual, if I mention the game Fox and Geese, I think, this is a classic old tabletop game, a folk game. I think many of your viewers would actually not even know what it is, because so many of the board games we played prior to video games had all of the players playing the same game against each other. Whether it is 6 people moving marbles together in, Chinese checkers or whatever, whether it's 2 people across a chessboard, whether it's 4 people around a Monopoly table, they're all doing the same thing. Fox and Geese was a game where one side played a fox and the other side controlled a flock of geese. That is what most video games are like today. They're including the single-player ones. The computer controls a flock of space invaders, and you control one shooting turret. And
interesting,
so on, right? So I think of this as symmetrical versus asymmetrical sides in a game. What computers enabled was single-player games, and because computers and people, particularly early on, had very different capabilities and still do, most of the games made were ones where you are playing against the computer, and the computer is playing a very different game against you than you are playing against the computer. Both of those things are historically kind of aberrant. And one of the things that we shouldn't forget, like in Germany, people go on board game dates in order to figure out how each other think, because it's a great way to size someone up. Games have always been social lubricant. There have always been games at the watering holes and the
social lubricant. That's what people used to call alcohol when I was growing up. I was about to say about solitaire, yeah. So I think it's a principle that needs to be applied with great care, yeah. So my point is MMO games and PvP, and there's some type of conflict, and people who spend the time and commitment to develop skills and take the risks for those greater rewards should, in my opinion, have a power advantage that, personally, if someone has more time to play the game and go through all those things, I'm okay with them being more powerful than me. They earned it. I think that's flawed thinking, Zero. I completely disagree with you. Because someone who spends more time than you playing the game is going to be better at the game than you. Why do you need to compound their advantage? Can you explain that to me? I know a lot of people agree with you, because a lot of games are built that way, and I think that's a flaw in the game. Social is why I love board games. My favorite is the one that requires months of coordinating calendars, because it's so stupidly long to play. That's so worth enjoying hanging out. I agree, Dibley. I think you got some other people in the chat who are going to agree with you. Twilight Imperium, many TTRPGs are a blast too, because they're all social. I know, yeah, tabletop role-playing games. I spent my entire early childhood obsessed with them. As someone who has played lots of PvP, the reward was winning, not getting better skins or better weapons. That's Blackfire. I mean, that's where my mind is. You know? I think there's a lot of PvP games that are like that. Or at least there used to be. You know? When I played Street Fighter against my friends on the arcade cabinets back in the day, dude, I was serious about Street Fighter 2. I had hundreds of hours into that game at an arcade, pumping quarters into it. Never once did I think, like, man, I should get access to a better character for all my time. Or, my character should have a better weapon than other characters because I spend a lot more time on this. No. Like, my reward was the skill I had, and I was able to beat anybody else that stepped up to that machine against me. I didn't need the machine to give me a reward, right? Like, I earned it. I earned my skill. I don't need to earn recognition in the game. League still exists very much that way? Yeah. Yeah. I beat the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, the arcade game, in one standing at the Cedar Point Amusement Park. My buddies kept feeding the quarters. That's amazing, dude. I love that game, by the way. You talking about the 4-player one? I think the one I remember was 4 players, and like each of the turtles had their own station. So like if you stepped here, you were Donatello. If you stepped over there, you were Michelangelo. Can't adequately explain your thoughts on this without being taken out of context. That's fair. Four-player, but he did it solo. That's awesome, dude.
Social lubricant. Ties someone up. Games have always been social lubricant. There have always been games at the watering holes and the bars and taverns, all through history. It's a way to socialize and a way to come to understand other people.
I always played Michelangelo.
If you think about what that means for video games that lean in the other direction, it's such a human impulse to still interact with them in a multiplayer way, even if they're not built to be interacted with that way. And so you get the single-player games of the first couple of console generations were still mostly played by a passel of kids on a couch.
Yes. Wait, this was the first streaming, right? Me and my buddies sitting around a Sega or a Nintendo, either playing multiplayer games where we were co-op or watching one another play. We were already streaming to one another.
Passing the controller around between them, even though it was a one-player game. And today we see single-player games surrounded by multiplayer achievements and Let's Plays and Twitch streams and you name it. It's like all this effort is going into taking...
That's a really good point I never considered, is like single-player games with shared achievements, Twitch stream. Yeah, it is crazy how the lengths we will go to socialize any game.
Games and you name it. It's like all this effort is going into taking a single user activity and making it into a social experience again. Connectivity enables that to happen from the get-go. And virtual worlds, which are at heart simulations of places that you then put some games in, as opposed to being a game. I think that's a really important distinction. They are first and foremost a social space in which to interact with others. Yes, even Final Fantasy, even World of Warcraft. They're places first, and the game happens to be in the space. And the question is, how much of the space does it take up, and how much does it let you do other things? I think the big difference between online sandboxes and other kinds of online games.
Think about in the context of Star Citizen. I love the way he phrased that. I think if you go back to the video where I said it's the first game for almost anyone, I said at the very beginning of that video, I said, this game happens to be, I forget how I worded it, but I said it happens to be a space adventure. It could have just as easily been a medieval fantasy game or a post-apocalyptic game or something like that, because yeah, to his point, this is a space first, and then the game just unfolds in that space. And I love his point about like how much space does it leave for you to do the things you want to do. That is exactly why I love Star Citizen.
And how much does it let you do other things?
Yeah.
I think the big difference between online sandboxes and other kinds of online games is that they have enough space in them for the other forms of human activity to flourish. The other thing that ends up happening in persistent worlds is that the different ways to play can be tied together via other kinds of incentives. the chef needs somebody to go get his ingredients. If the ingredient is from a monster gizzard, then he needs that warrior to be able to play his chef game. And that warrior might need the armor smith to be able to play his warrior game. And the armor smith probably needs a miner to be able to play his armor crafting game, and so on. In sandbox games, ever since UO and a couple of the MUDs before it, Dartmud in particular, that idea of if you start building up enough roles, you actually start mimicking the interdependency of a society.
Yes.
Well, that idea is very powerful. It means...
That's, again, what I was talking about in that video that I go back to. Because I keep mentioning that video because it was the one video where I tried to convey my feelings about Star Citizen in totality, right? And why the project excites me. And in that video, I talked about this, the relationship between players and how the breadth of loops was so important because it could bring different types of players that enjoy different types of games together into the same space. And within that space, then you get the magic, right? That's where the magic happens. That's where you get the Microsoft Flight Sim player who just loves flying from point A to point B with a bunch of infantry guys in the back who like Call of Duty. And
of a society. Well, that idea is very powerful. It means people can each play the way they like, and they matter to each other anyway.
Oh my gosh.
And that builds
this dude's
up
amazing.
social ties and builds up an awareness of the importance of people who aren't like you, because you come to realize you depend on them for your way of being to exist.
But the Trinity system was about interdependency. In order to do content, need tank, need healer, crowd controller, healer. But games started going away from the Trinity dependency like Guild Wars 2 because when the pop went down, harder to find healers. Yeah, but we're not talking about the Trinity system here, because in the Trinity system, you have different roles in the same activity. Right? You're all doing the same activity. You're doing different roles. And here we're talking about different games. The FPS fighter, the miner, the entrepreneur, the explorer, the looter, the salvager. This is the history and evolution of massively multiplayer games. Zin. There's a link to it on the Discord in the chattering channel by P Wolf. Thank you, P Wolf. Which reminds me, it's been a long time since I plugged us. But if you're ever looking for a place to play these social video games, that's our website. You can find a link to the Discord there. Very easy to join up and start flying with us in Star Citizen, or running raids in WoW Classic, or building with us in PAX Day. Whatever suits your fancy. We do a bunch of different stuff. I'd like to be most of those things. Yeah.
And that's just more honest to real life, frankly, than the idea that everybody is a combatant and can make the game serve that role of being a third.
To your point, though, Zero, yeah, it requires population to pull it off.
In a much more robust way.
But I think a game with these properties will shine a lot more at a high player count than one without them. That was a great video. Thanks, P-Wolf. I'm definitely going to keep this one bookmarked. How do I bookmark? I always forget how to use YouTube. Oh, here we go. Save. Boom. That's a keeper. Yeah. I would love CIG to hire this guy. He obviously has a... Amazing. Amazing. Fantastic. One of the best videos I've seen in a while. CR probably knows him. That's a good point, actually. They were both building games around that time, huh? When did the first Wing Commander come out? And was that CR's first game? I don't even know. Holy shit, Wing Commander came out in 1990? That was before this dude was doing mods, but yeah, they were definitely game developers around the same time. And both worked at Origin. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely know each other. I hope that this guy's perspective is shared by Chris Roberts. It seems to be. I mean, CR seems to be putting those ideas and principles into Star Citizen. Because all of those things that he was talking about were things I was talking about in that video, which is why I'm excited about this project. And why it's the one project I'm vocally supporting and spending my time on. Yeah. Good find. Let's ask. What was that dude's name? Wrath Coster. They both worked at Origin Systems during the 90s. Though they operated in different spheres and separate projects, Coster focused primarily on online worlds and simulation design, such as Ultima Online, while Roberts was known for leading the Wing Commander franchise. Privateer Online? Coster later worked on developing Privateer Online, an MMO concept tied to the Wing Commander Privateer universe, originated by Roberts, after Roberts had already departed Origin Systems. Doesn't sound like they ever worked directly together, but definitely around one another. That's cool. Never heard of Privateer Online. Lord British connection? Yeah. Huh. Good stuff. Well. I think this is a good place as any to call it a night. I'm gonna go fix myself a little bit of dinner. And I guess I'm gonna go help chop a tree before I go retire for the evening. Thank everybody for coming out, hanging out, chatting. I'm heading out too, Griff. I was just winding down saying goodnight. But yeah, really good seeing everybody. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for hanging out, chit-chatting, watching some stuff, and shooting shit. I love it. A lot of fun. I'll be here next week. Always do this on Saturdays, so you know when and where to find me. And I'll probably see you before then, indirectly, on on YouTube with a video. Tequila time for Zinley. Nice. All right. Thanks again. Thanks again for the gifts, Griff. Zinley for the subs. Appreciate you all. I'll see you next week. Take care. Rollo out.